on the city streets.
This is so egregious that we needed to do something, and we did it.
Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman insists the time has come to hold police officers accountable for their actions during what he called dangerous motor vehicle pursuits, including this one July 6th that ended in a violent collision and the death of Linnell Frazier.
They got to do it for good reason. Minor felonies, 12:30 a.m., 90 miles an hour, residential, that's wrong.
Freeman charged Minneapolis police officer Brian Cummings with 2 counts, second-degree manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide, even signing the criminal complaint himself. The county attorney explaining that he is sending a message to cops across the state as well as law enforcement agencies to toughen their pursuit policies.
It seems to me a high-speed chase ought to only be done when it's a serious and violent felony. That's not what the policies say.
According to Freeman's office, Cummings was in pursuit of a stolen Kia and a pair of suspects possibly involved in a couple non-violent fast food store robberies. The chase reaching speeds nearing 100 miles an hour up Lyndale Avenue North. The fleeing vehicle tearing through a red light at the intersection with 41st Avenue first, barely missing Frazier's Jeep, but Officer Cummings slammed into it moments later. Crash analysis put Cummings' speed at the time of impact at 78 miles an hour. Frazier had the green light. The 40-year-old was killed.
That's tragic. That's criminal. That's what we charge.
And I had mentioned that the family gathers here each and every night. In the last 90 minutes or so, I did have a chance to catch up with Linnell Frazier's sister and brother. Here are their thoughts today on learning that Officer Brian Cummings has been charged with manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide in the death of their loved one.
We happy, we happy that we getting some type of result, because it's hard waking up every day and my brother is not here. Right. We used to see him every day. We went from seeing him every day to not seeing him at all, and it's not right.
And you guys have been coming every day.
Every day since
rain, sleep, snow. We're gonna be here.
We've been here every day, every single day,
all day, every day.
And do you see today as the first step in justice for your family, for Linnell?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We do.
Yes. Yes.
And you were downtown today at the courthouse or jail? And Daytona, before I send it back to you, I do want to add that we did hear from Brian Cummings' attorney late this afternoon. He paints a slightly different picture of the suspect vehicle that Officer Cummings engaged with in that pursuit, saying that was a carjacked vehicle and that the suspects inside, the officer believed, had been involved in basically a crime spree in Minneapolis that night. So he had a much different assessment of who he was pursuing when this tragic, innocent crash happened, killing Linnell Frazier here on July 6th.
Man, Paul, it's amazing to be hearing about this police pursuit happening in the Minneapolis area. Usually when we're covering them here on Live Now, it's coming out of Los Angeles. So what are the protocols? Are they going to be taking a second look on what police officers need to do moving forward when it comes to these pursuits?
Well, it's a great question. You kind of heard it in Mike Freeman's and in my story from the county attorney there. He's very much concerned about policies in general, but in particular here in Minneapolis, this was neighborhood streets. Lyndale Avenue is kind of a busy sort of neighborhood thoroughfare that cuts across North Minneapolis, north-south. So Mike had a lot of concerns about engaging in that kind of pursuit late at night, dark, going through red lights. So he wanted to send this message. But Minneapolis police, you might imagine it has policy, dictates when a police pursuit can engage and when it has to be called off. But in this case, clearly Cummings thought one thing, and now there's a crash and the fallout. I do want to say MPD's policy was updated in 2019 to address these issues. There have been several of them across Minnesota that have made headlines where people are seriously injured or killed. But again, today, Freeman saying he wants other departments to take a closer look at this because it's not just the officers. A lot of times this is departmental policy that isn't clear, that isn't strong enough, and that everybody's safety has to be taken into account.
Right. Last question for you, Paul. How common are police pursuits in that area? how many times are police officers having to go out and deal with something like this?
Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. We didn't get any numbers specifically. Mike Freeman quoted that there had been 40 deaths related to police pursuits in the state of Minnesota over the last 10 years. So that number was concerning to him. I don't know how often it is. It's certainly, like I said, it's made some headlines. I know agencies have kind of tightened up their policies in the past. Minneapolis just a couple years ago. It's a hard thing to kind of nail down a number specific for you, but clearly this will send a message. You have an active police officer walking into jail today, charged with manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide. People are certainly going to take note.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, Fox 9's Paul Bloom out there reporting for us. Thank you so much for breaking it down, giving us the reaction from the family.
You bet. Thank you.
And continuing on with our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate all of you joining us here on this Friday as we're heading into the 4 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. 7 o'clock hour out on the East Coast. We have a lot more we want to be getting to, some of those top stories, including the search for Brian Laundrie. That is no longer a live look from outside of their Northport home right there, as Chris and Roberta Laundrie could be seen speaking with officials who came up to the door, knocked on it, and told them that the human remains found at the Carlton Reserve were in fact their son, Brian. So we're hearing more reaction. We're getting in statements from the attorneys on both sides, from the Gabby Patito family, from the Laundrie family, also more on the investigation underway, autopsy results to be looking to, as well as some of the other top stories of the day, including what happened in New Mexico just yesterday on a movie set involving Alec Baldwin, him discharging a prop firearm, killing one of the members, one of the crew members, the director of photography for that movie, also shooting and injuring the director of the movie too. We have lots of experts coming on the show to break all of this down, what this investigation is going to look like, and what went wrong. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look at a live press conference out in the Houston area. The Brazoria County Sheriff's Office, along with other investigators, taking a look at an abduction and sexual assault of a female minor. As this is live right now, we want to start it from the beginning for you and play it out in full. Here's the latest.
Jeff Mink, Criminal Investigations Division, Brazoria County Sheriff's Department. Today we're releasing news that we caught the actor the suspect in the aggravated kidnapping and sexual assault of a juvenile that happened in Alvin on the afternoon of October 19th. Our press release that went out on Wednesday, within 2.5 hours, we had a citizen call in a tip, which led us to the suspect. We located him. He had a current warrant for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, family violence out of Beeville PD. He was arrested on that warrant. We executed a search warrant on his residence where we collected evidence linking him to the abduction and sexual assault. It wouldn't have been possible without the public, Alvin Police Department, Alvin ISD PD, and especially forensic artist Kristen Hale with Houston Police Department who put together the composite sketch. Pearland Police Department and especially the public. Without the public and without that tip, we wouldn't have been able to resolve this case as quickly as we did. We are asking that anybody that has any dealings with this individual or had any prior or any dealings of this type, please contact us. You can contact us anonymously through our app. We have a Brazoria County Sheriff's Department phone app. You can submit tips. You can get updates on cases as this progresses, and this case is still under active investigation. At this point, if you guys have any questions.
Did Mr. Orozco make any comment?
He did not. He did not answer any questions. Declined any questioning.
Was he arrested without incident?
Arrested without incident.
What was his demeanor?
Quiet. He did not say anything on scene or in transport.
And just to clarify, there was evidence found linking him directly to the crime inside the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I know we briefly spoke about the young victim in this case. Do you mind elaborating just, how her testimony really is vital in this case?
Her ability to recall the details, the travel, we were able to validate just about everything that she said through surveillance video. Without that, we wouldn't have got as far as we had either.
Do you consider her very lucky in some ways? Obviously what happened to her was awful, but the way it ended was...
Absolutely. It could have ended a lot worse.
So I know he has a record since 2002. Why is he on the streets?
We're not going to get into that part of it. We're talking about this case at this point.
Okay. I know that he had told the victim that he was law enforcement. Does that still stand true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there going to be a charge against him for presenting as law enforcement?
It's being looked at. Right now we have him on the 2 charges, one aggravated kidnapping and the aggravated sexual assault. This is not the end of the case. There could be additional charges as the investigation progresses.
Alvin ISD, to your knowledge, have?
No, they do not.
It was a key, like what we're talking about. I mean, it was a frustration and it was a really bad thing that happened to this young lady. How critical was that she overcame to that what happened to her, to you guys?
I'm not going to get in on the victim's mind state. All I can say is she is a strong young lady, and without her keeping a level head through it and getting those details, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we did.
How was he identified?
Through a tip that got called in.
Yeah, how did they identify him?
The tip, we got surveillance video from the tipster who gave us a name that got us to, he's a registered sex offender with our agency. At that point, we were able to pull his mugshot, which matched the composite. As you can as was released in the press release. When we executed the warrant, all of the markings, the descriptors that the victim gave matched.
He has
forearm tattoo, left forearm.
And the arrest happened today or last night?
He was arrested last night. The 2 charges from our agency were added today. He was arrested last night on the Beeville warrant, felony warrant.
Previous sexual offenses here in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir. He's currently on the sex offender registry program.
And now, we've both been in the community today where a lot of people were still looking for their surveillance video. A lot of people were on alert. What would you tell the community if you had one message that you hope really resonates with them today?
If you live around the schools, please look at your surveillance video. Look at your ring video. If you see this vehicle or this suspect, please share that video with us.
Could there potentially be more?
There could potentially be additional victims. We hope they're not, but any information, any video, we would like to get our hands on that.
Where was he found, area-wise? Alvin?
Rosharon.
Rosharon?
That is at the registry address.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll just take the
In Spanish, please.
Thank you so much.
En español, por favor.
A ver cómo le hacemos.
Ok. Primeramente, por favor, su nombre.
Yo soy el investigador Aguilar con el Departamento de Sherife del Condado de Brazoria. Estamos aquí hoy en recado.
Okay, so there you have it, the latest out of Texas when it comes to that investigation underway of a young girl being kidnapped and sexually assaulted. Arrests have been made. They say the evidence that they found due to a search warrant has in fact linked him to the crime. We are going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we have some pretty critical information when it comes to the autopsy that we already have new details on what is going on with Brian Laundrie, the human remains that were found. It's definitely not the answer that everyone was hoping to get, but we'll bring you some answers in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. I'm Daytona Everett. We do have a major update for you coming in on the Gabby Patito case. Let's take you out live to the home of the Laundrie parents. We've all been keeping our eyes on what these autopsy results possibly could provide for this case. Well, we're hearing from the attorney for the Brian Laundrie parents. He says an autopsy on their son's remains, which were described as bones by Northport police, did not reveal a cause or manner of his death. Laundrie's autopsy was completed on Friday today, and his remains will be sent to an anthropologist. The nationwide hunt for Brian Laundrie? For further examination. That's according to Fox 5's Jody Goldberg. The Laundrie family attorney, Stephen Bertolino, said they were hoping for more answers from law enforcement regarding the cause of death for Brian, as are so many people who are following this case so closely. Again, Brian was a person of interest in the death of his fiancée, Gabby Patito, while the couple was on a cross-country road trip. The manhunt for Brian ended just yesterday when skeletal remains found the day before at Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park in a previously underwater area were identified as belonging to Brian by the FBI using dental records. You're seeing photos of Brian right there. Again, the latest today is that autopsy results, according to the attorney, Stephen Bertolino, for the family of the Laundries, did not reveal a cause or manner of his death. We'll be tracking this into the evening. Back out to a live look of the Laundrie home right there. We have been speaking with experts and some of the reporters who've been on the scene, tracking this story from beginning to, I guess you could somewhat say, end. I'm sure we'll hear more about it into the weekend as well. But we specifically spoke with Robert Sherman, who was outside of the Laundrie home just in the past couple of hours here. Here's that conversation.
Really, the last couple of weeks, we've been continuing to bring you the top stories revolving around this. Every angle and every twist and turn, we've had you covered, and really along the way has been Fox's Robert Sherman, who joins us live here outside of the Laundrie home. And yeah, what a week it's been.
What a week it has been, Mike, and all these developments came so quickly, so rapidly yesterday. The park where all this took place just about 15 minutes away from here, a spot that Brian Laundrie would typically frequent. And back on a Wednesday, the FBI says that in that park they recovered personal effects that were belonging to Brian Laundrie and human remains. So, of course, the speculation mill started running. Thursday, however, is when we got a bit of finality here. First, you had two police officers walk into Brian Laundrie's parents' home and presumably tell them the news, because less than an hour after that, that's when the FBI made the official ruling and made it publicly known that it was Brian Laundrie's remains which were found in that nature park. And then ever since then, I mean, the story has just snowballed from here. Without question, one of the biggest developments in this whole story. One thing I want to point out, though, Mike, so you may recall from some of our previous reports, Brian Laundrie's parents saying that their son first went missing back on September 13th. That's when he went hiking in that nearby reserve. He was not reported missing until September 17th, however, which is why you've seen some people in the public potentially question the family's involvement with Brian Laundrie's disappearance, and some of those claims and some of those accusations that we've seen have been made pretty impugning of their character. We did hear from Brian Laundrie's family's attorneys on the matter, and he cleared the air, beg your pardon, to our Fox News digital team. Take a listen to this.
Legitimately, Brian was home, and we legitimately were waiting for Brian to come home. On Friday, when it all played out, we all sat there and said, oh, okay, so the right way to do this now is to do a missing persons report so that law enforcement has, I'll say, the authority to start going out and doing an investigation on locating Brian. That's the formal procedure to follow, and that's what we did.
So there's still a lot of unknowns here in this story. How long was Brian Laundrie's remains in that nature park? How long ago did he die? What was his manner of death and cause of death? We have now been able to confirm that Brian Laundrie's remains are being sent onto a forensic anthropologist to potentially answer some of those questions. We have heard from the attorney representing Gabby Patito's family. They say they're not ready to make a statement at this time or react to these developments, but they will be making a statement when they feel emotionally capable of doing so. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine right now both sets of families right now dealing with something that they never and should never have had to go through, and what that must feel like. And then at the same turn, you still want all of these answers, and there's still this public's thirst for it, but you got to give them some space as well during this very difficult time.
No, that's absolutely the case, and that is the family has been on the forefront of this story. The families of Gabby Patito, they've been outspoken and they've been speaking with many members of the media, but it's been made clear at this time that they want a reprieve from all of that, and they want to process this whole story as it has continued to develop, and developed quite rapidly over the last couple of days.
All right, Robert Sherman, we don't know all the answers right now. We may never know them, but we probably know that sometime along the way in the future, there will be some sort of documentary on all this, and I know a lot of people are going to be watching that as well. Fox's Robert Sherman, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us.
So all of that reporting just in the past hour or so here. We do want to update you again on the latest of what we're getting as far as those autopsy results go. The attorney for Brian Laundrie's parents says an autopsy on their son's remains, which were described as bones by Northport police, did not reveal a cause or manner of his death. Laundrie's autopsy was completed today, and his remains will be sent to an anthropologist for further examination. That's according to reporting from Fox 5's Jody Goldberg. Stephen Bertolino, the family attorney for the Laundries, said that they were hoping for more answers from law enforcement regarding the cause of death for Brian, who, again, as we've said, was the only person of interest in the death of fiancée Gabby Patito while the couple was on a cross-country road trip. The manhunt for Brian ended on Thursday when skeletal remains found the day before at Myakahatchee Creek Environmental Park in a previously underwater area were identified as belonging to Brian by the FBI when they used dental records to connect the two. So we'll be watching all of the developments here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, it was a busy day at the Carlton Reserve, which has been the center point of this investigation and manhunt for Brian Laundrie. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you being with us here on this Friday. When we come back, we spoke with an entertainment reporter regarding the discharging of a firearm, a prop gun that was on a movie set, a film set out in New Mexico. Alec Baldwin, the one who pulled the trigger. Details on what that investigation is looking like in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we said, we are tracking all of these top stories across the country. We showed you the outside of the Northport home of Brian Laundrie's parents as we're learning that that autopsy, according to the family attorney, did not show a cause or manner of death. It was unable to be determined at this time. We do want to go out to a different story we are tracking, though, with Alec Baldwin concerning a movie set out in New Mexico, a prop firearm being discharged by Alec Baldwin himself, shooting and killing one of his crew members and also injuring the director of the movie as well. We spoke with an expert on firearms as to how this possibly could have happened. Here's that conversation. But we have a lot of questions surrounding how this possibly could happen. On the phone right now, we have Stephen Gutowski. He is the founder of The Reload. Stephen, do you have us?
Hi, it's good to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on at this hour. This just kind of coming down in the past 30 minutes or so. We're learning more from the sheriff's office about this. With this being a movie set, we know that this was a misfire of a prop gun that had blanks in it. For people who maybe aren't familiar with guns and definitely not familiar with prop guns, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, certainly prop guns are designed to be safer for use on a movie set in the sense that they are designed so that they cannot take live ammunition that has bullets embedded in it, unlike a blank, which just has the powder charge, which will, result in simulated fire that looks like a real gunshot but does not come with the actual projectile, leaving the barrel of the gun. So it's much safer than using, obviously, live ammunition on the set of a movie. And so these are guns that are designed to be much safer in this context. But obviously, there's been some sort of horrible accident or situation that's developed in this particular production.
So is it common for a prop gun like this to misfire or something to go wrong with it? Would you consider that a common thing, and could it be lethal?
It's not common. It's not common at all. It's very rare for a situation where a prop gun firing blanks can actually harm someone. It's not unheard of, though. It has happened occasionally in the movie industry over the last several decades, probably most famously with Brandon Lee, the son of Bruce Lee, who was killed during the filming of the movie The Crow. And there's still some, mystery surrounding that, although the story that has been reported in the Los Angeles Times and elsewhere is that a prop bullet was left in a prop gun, and then when a blank was used during the filming of a scene, it managed to actually push that prop bullet through the barrel of the gun like a real functioning firearm would do, and that's what ended up killing him. So it has happened before, and even in fairly famous circumstances like with Brandon Lee, but it's extremely rare.
With these prop guns being on sets, I know that you don't necessarily specialize in movie sets, but are there any type of safety protocols that they're supposed to be taking when they're using these, what really could be deadly weapons?
Yeah, there are supposed to be a lot of safety protocols in place when it comes to the use of prop guns. And sometimes movies will employ, depending on the production, real firearms, fully functional firearms in their movies as well. So they're meant to be prop masters who are properly licensed and certified to do this kind of work on set in order to ensure that everyone is following the safety rules, and that you know, something like live ammunition making its way onto set during filming doesn't happen, or, you know, mistakes that can lead to these kinds of tragedies, even with blanks and prop guns, don't happen. You know, blanks and prop guns are much safer, obviously, in this context, but they're, again, not completely 100% safe if you don't follow the proper precautions.
Yeah, so obviously pulling up the picture right here, just want to reiterate that Alec Baldwin was the one who discharged that prop gun, ultimately killing one woman on his set and sending another man to the hospital. He is an experienced actor and, you know, stars in many of these films that I know they utilize tons and tons of props. Do they have to go through any trainings when it comes to utilizing these types of weapons here?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yes, actors are put through some sort of safety training when they're going to be using blank firing firearms in their roles. And usually that's only done, again, under the supervision of a prop master who has the proper certifications to do that. So, you know, I can't speak to every production on every film that's ever been made or anything remotely like that. But generally speaking, the industry does have standards for these sorts of things, and it'll be really interesting to see what went wrong here and how it could be prevented from happening in the future.
Yeah, most definitely. That was going to be my final question for you, Stephen. Thanks again for coming on the show. Anything that you'll be watching as far as this investigation goes, what should law enforcement be looking for when they're on the set taking a look at what possibly could have made this happen today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the presence of live ammunition somewhere on set would be a major indicator that safety rules were blatantly violated. And then I think that this is the first incident that I'm aware of, at least, where more than one person has been harmed in an accident like this. You had two people harmed here, one killed, one and another seriously injured. And so were there multiple rounds fired? You know, how could, you know, you generally with a freak accident involving a prop gun and blanks, you don't expect that to be able to happen more than once in a situation like this. So, you know, with many of the other prop gun tragedies that have, you know, happened in the industry, it's one shot and one person is injured. So how two people were injured in this case will be another aspect that needs to be closely looked at.
Yeah, that's a great point. Again, Stephen Gutowski with The Reload, the founder of The Reload. We appreciate you being on the show. Thank you for your insight.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
And we want to show you some of the other aspects of this right now. We're getting video and pictures of what has gone on social media. Alec Baldwin posting to Instagram just earlier today saying back to in person at the office. Blimey, it's exhausting. We also have some pictures and videos from the others who have been involved in this. As we said, there was a woman who was shot and killed. Her name, Helena Hutchins. You can see her in this Instagram video posting and saying one of the perks of shooting a Western is you get to ride horses on your day off, as she takes a video on one of the horses. She was the director of photography of this movie, of this film, Rust, a Western that was being shot again out in New Mexico at the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And then also Joel Sousa, the director of the film, also shot on set. He's currently undergoing treatment for his injuries at a local medical center. We don't know the circumstances of his injuries, but we do know that Helena, who you're seeing in this video right here, was shot and killed on set by Alec Baldwin an accidental situation of firearm, a prop firearm going off. And we do have a little more information as we did that interview last night, just as the breaking news was coming down. They're releasing the 911 call that was made right when shots were fired on the set. Let's take a listen.
We have two people have been shot accidentally. One aircraft available, and they won't be able to take two patients, so I'll be reaching out to another one. There's going to be a van meeting you guys at gate number 1.
So there you have it, and you're seeing Helena right there, the woman who was involved. And we do want to go out to an interview that we had from earlier today as well with an entertainment reporter who actually spoke with this crew. They've worked on independent films in the past. She shedded some light on how close they were and how big of an impact this is going to have on Hollywood moving forward.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Lauren Conlon on this Friday here to talk about one of the top stories that's been developing overnight and into today, a real tragic situation on a movie set in New Mexico involving Alec Baldwin on the set of what was supposed to be his new movie, Rust, a Western film. So, Lauren, you know, we know that he accidentally fired a prop firearm that was on set. The investigation is underway as to how this all happened, but you're familiar with these films and how it all works. What do you think could have possibly gone wrong for this to happen?
You know, I think it's a lot of things. I think it's probably lack of training with the guns. It's Alec Baldwin, I can't even imagine what he is feeling right now. Let's just start with that. I can't even imagine what is going through his head. Obviously, he feels awful. He tweeted about it. This cast and this crew has worked together before in 2019, the independent film Crown Vic. Joel Souza, who is the director, unfortunately, he was the other party injured. He is said to be in stable condition. Now, I am hearing things that are very disturbing, right? I am hearing that Alec fired a shot, obviously by accident, and it potentially went through the director of photography into the director. I don't know if that is true. I am waiting to hear back, but that is what's going around right now. So it's disturbing. I mean, there should have been protocols in place with extensive training. So I think that's really what everybody's wondering right now. I think another thing that everybody is wondering is how would a prop gun kill somebody? Well, a prop gun could actually be a real gun loaded with 50% less gunpowder. So this is all very unclear at the moment. I think it's going to become clearer as the days progress and as the investigation progresses.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, this is sending shockwaves through Hollywood because they're not the only ones to be using props like this on a set. You know, how do you think this is going to change movie sets moving forward? This has happened before. There have been, situations in which there have been injuries and even misfirings, malfunctions of props on sets. But how do you think this changes things going into the future?
I mean, it's kind of like COVID. Everybody now has to quarantine before a shoot or go through rigorous testing. At this point, I think it's obvious. Everybody should go through rigorous gun training. I know that the left maybe is not on board with training to shoot weapons, but clearly it's something that needs to be done. Now, I'm not blaming Alec Baldwin and saying he didn't have the training. I don't know what kind of training he had. I really don't. So I'm not blaming him. But I think at this point, there's going to need to be X amount of hours involved before an actor can shoot a gun, a loaded prop gun even.
Yeah, clearly something that can be lethal if it goes wrong.
Fatal, exactly. She, this poor woman, the director of photography, was a mother. She was a wife, and it's very unfortunate. And I don't think anybody saw it going this way.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not Alec either, as he has seemed, like you said, remorseful from everything that has gone on. And the shooting has been delayed for now. You think it's safe to assume that this movie isn't going to happen?
I think it's safe to assume that the shoot is on hold. The film, it was somewhat low budget to begin with. Let's just say, again, the team around this was the team that produced Crown Vic, which was an amazing film. It was just an independent film, which again, it's no secret. It has a lower budget than other mainstream studio films. So yes, this is definitely going to be on hold, especially because the director, we don't know the state he's in. He might have to be in the hospital for, 2 months, 3 months. We just don't know. Absolutely, yeah. Dakota. It's going to be on hold.
Yeah, you make a good point that, these two people who were shot on the set weren't actors, they weren't extras, they were the director of photography and the director of the movie, major roles for the movie. And as you could imagine, probably very close with Alec. You said that you interviewed a lot of these people. Did you see the closeness within the cast and the set there?
I did. They were all extremely close. They all had the most amazing things to say about each other, how much they love working together. And clearly, that's something to be said because they joined together again for Rust, and they were all very thrilled. And a lot of the cast is even the same in Rust. So I think this is just, it's such a tragedy. It's such a tragedy. Now, Alec Baldwin has to live with this. And I think that clearly it was an accident. I really disagree with some of the outlets and the people blaming Alec for this. I really disagree with that. I think he's going through enough right now. He obviously didn't set the intention to shoot someone, an innocent person at the beginning of the day. So I think people should put that into perspective as well.
Right. And he is cooperating with the investigators. He made that very clear. He was talking to the sheriff's department as it happened, as the 911 call came in, because someone called it in and said that there was a shooting on the set. They immediately got there. Airlifts and transportations to the hospital happened. Obviously, like we said, Helena, the director of photography, lost her life, and it sounds like Joel Souza, the director, is going to be okay at this time. But it is an active investigation. There's a lot of questions as to protocol and maybe some steps that weren't followed. Is there anything specifically that you are going to keep your eyes on moving forward in this investigation?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions at this moment, as I'm sure a lot of other people do, but because I have personal connections to this film, I have a lot of emails and texts out, and I know that not a lot of people can talk right now, but my main question is, I'm just wondering here, it was an accident, of course, but what was the reason? Was it lack of training? Was it just a misfire of his finger? There's a lot of things, I think, that questions that need to be answered before we can move forward, and before we as a society can deem what we feel is appropriate for films moving forward in training and whatnot. So I think it's a bigger conversation, and I think this is something that people don't think of on a daily basis, because again, this hasn't really happened since 1993, since Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, accidentally got shot on a set and lost his life. So we haven't really talked about this in over 20 years. So I think it's going to bring up a lot of difficult conversations for SAG, for actors right now, and people in the film industry.
Right. Have you been hearing any other reaction from the rest of Hollywood about this? What is the stir been?
I think they can all relate, and they all are sitting there saying, wow, we feel for everybody involved in this situation, not just the families of the victims, or I don't even want to say victims, it was an accident, not even for the family, of the director of photography, but just in general, they feel for Alec Baldwin, they feel for the cast. It was an accident. No one expects these things to happen, but unfortunately it did.
Yeah. All right, Lauren Collin, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. And you're going to be tracking this. And you have a great following on social media. If people want to find you, where should they go?
Yes, Lauren_interviews. I'll be tracking it. I'll be posting my updates. So thank you so much, Dakota.
Yeah, we'll have you back on the show to follow up on this as we learn more about the investigation. Thanks for being with us on this Friday.
Thank you so much.
So again, that was Lauren Conlin. She also sent me this cell phone video that was taken at the premiere of Crown Vic, the other film that they had all come together on. You can see the crew members, including the director, Joel Sousa, as well as Helena, who was the woman who was shot and killed on the set just yesterday in New Mexico. This crew has worked together before. They're a pretty tight-knit group. So a tragic situation as we continue to follow all of the details on this. And they were both very active on Instagram before all of it took place. Alec Baldwin posting just hours before it all happened and said, back to in person at the office. Blimey, it's exhausting. Posting this picture to Instagram. And then Helena Hutchins, the one who ended up losing her life, posting this video to Instagram saying one of the perks of shooting a Western is you get to ride horses on your day off. More to come on this investigation underway, the possible charges, although there are no charges filed at this time, and safety protocols that clearly were not followed in all of this. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And when it comes to these survivors thinking about leaving their abusers, one deterrent is leaving their pets behind, one thing that you don't really think about. Very few women's shelters actually allow pets, but one nonprofit is aiming to break that barrier. We want to bring in Fox's Ashley Soriano. She's joining us live from Las Vegas with more. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Daytona. I'm at Noah's Animal House, whose goal is to keep survivors united with their pets, and they partner with a women's shelter right next door. One woman shared her story with me. She traveled halfway across the country from the Midwest to stay here. We're calling her Sarah for privacy.
Can you do a high five? Good job. Now say please. Good job. Good boy.
Baxter is family, and leaving him behind wasn't an option for Sarah. She was in an abusive relationship for 10 years. One day she decided she and her children and Baxter were leaving.
For about 3 weeks, we slept in a car with Baxter, because I had no idea there was a place. And I was doing some calls and looking around, and they said, you can go to Noah's, and we've been here ever since.
Noah's Animal House formed in 2007 in partnership with the Shade Tree Shelter for homeless and abused women and children. It was the first combination shelter of its kind. As of October, Noah's Animal House has helped more than 2,000 pets from 34 different states.
Your dog or cat is such an important part of your family that so many women wouldn't leave their abuser because they couldn't leave their animal behind.
Between its 2 locations in Las Vegas and Reno, Nevada, Noah's Animal House can care for 80 pets at one time.
Go, 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 go.
Providing veterinary care, food, toys, and private cuddle rooms.
Baxter! Becky! He's just like my child. I'm not leaving him behind anywhere, and he's my everything, just like my kids, and it's my job to keep him safe too.
Sarah wants other victims and survivors to know there is a way out.
When you're going through it, it's sad, it's scary, but we're going to get a home soon and have my dog back.
Noah's Animal House has even taken care of rabbits, ferrets, tarantulas, you name it, and they accept women and children from any city or state. Daytona.
Ashley, with it being Awareness Month for domestic violence survivors, were there any other interesting details that you learned from these women who have gone through all of this? Just devastating.
Yeah, well, it was really surprising to me that so many women and children come from all over. As I've already mentioned, they've come from 34 different states, but this organization really is helping people all across the country. And what was really surprising to me was all the different pets that they've taken care of.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you have a ferret, if you have a goldfish, they want to utilize the pets to go ahead and help these survivors. Great story, Ashley. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too.
And we are going to continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of domestic violence, there has been a lot of questions raised when it comes to the relationship between Gabby Patito and Brian Laundrie. As we've told you, some of these new details tonight about the autopsy with Brian Laundrie. It is revealing nothing, pretty much. No cause of death, no manner of death able to be determined from the autopsy. That's according to the attorney of the Laundrie parents, Stephen Bertolino. You've probably heard his name if you've been keeping up with this case. Actually, Fox 5's Jody Goldberg, who's been covering this case, has been on the show multiple times to break down all of the new developments. She spoke with him one-on-one. We want to play out their conversation in full.
Could you talk if we're expecting the ME ruling today? A few people have come out and said that. Do you know anything that you're willing to share?
Yes, good morning. I was told that we would expect to hear more information about midday today. Exactly what that information is, I don't know.
Thank you. One more time about the coincidence. Let's just go over it again. Is there any coincidence? Is it just a coincidence that Chris and Roberta were in the park the same day the items were found, or this is what they were waiting to do because the water was high? They couldn't.
You know, the term coincidence, I mean, this is just reality. Coincidence may be an appropriate word, but at the end of this tragedy, Chris and Roberta, knew he went to the reserve. They knew his mental state when he went there. We've informed law enforcement from day one that that's where he went. And when they were able to go into the park, it was much drier than when the authorities were there searching. I've said this many times over the last 24 hours. Everybody understands that there was 2 to 3 feet of water in that area. And the authorities, the FBI, the local PD, they were deep into the preserve and other areas. Maybe they would have circled back another day. Maybe, a future search would have, found it. Fortunately, we found it early on, and that's all there is to it.
Can you speak about Chris and Roberta and the mental state Brian was in when he left? I know yesterday you were saying to some news outlets that Chris had some regrets that he let him go.
Yeah, I mean, Brian was extremely upset when he said, "I'm leaving, I'm going for a hike." He packed his bag. The parents didn't know what he put in the bag. They did see later that he had left his wallet and his cell phone. They knew he was extremely upset. We've conveyed this to law enforcement and the public that the wallet and cell phone were left behind. We had several conversations, the Laundries and myself, about what may or may not happen to Brian. And in those conversations, Chris did convey to me that, he was very concerned about his son and, he wished he wouldn't let him go. But, he had no choice. Brian was determined to leave. And when he did, he was, just not in a good mental state.
Did Chris and Roberta start cooperating for immunity, or like you said yesterday to me, they were cooperating the whole time? The media just didn't know. You had told them to remain silent, and your talking to the media was limited. So just clarify that.
I've been very clear. At least I think I've been clear. Chris and Roberta, through myself, have always cooperated and independently, with myself in the background sometimes. With respect to the search for Brian, we always, were giving every piece of information that we had and sharing anything that law enforcement asked for. When it came to Gabby Patito, we had to remain, quiet. I said in the very beginning, we're going to remain in the background. There were legal reasons for that. And, the public has to understand that my role as the attorney is to advise the family, not to speak to law enforcement. And when it comes to, deals and some of the questions that were put out there yesterday, I can tell you, as I said last night, every prosecution and defense case out there has discussions on where the case is going, where it's heading, what are possible outcomes, what could be there. And as I said, those discussions were had preliminarily, at least, and decisions were made, and the decision was made to remain silent and let this play out. As you know, the parents have not been charged with anything. I do not anticipate the parents being charged with anything, but this is all so new and so recent that, we haven't had any time to clarify any, outstanding issues that need to be looked at.
What do you have to say to the people outside the Laundrie family's home protesting?
If they haven't gone home already, they should go home. I came into the office early today. I've been scrolling through some emails. As I'm sure everybody can imagine, I've gotten a lot of hate emails. I've gotten a lot of emails in support. I would say just from yesterday, they're running 10-1 in support, which is a big change. But most of them, if not all of them, say the same thing. This protesting, this witch hunt, this mob-style crucifixion of Chris and Roberta Laundrie, is just wrong. And, enough is enough. Gabby has been found. Brian has been found. The process will play out. Chris and Roberta have done nothing wrong. They have lost their child. shut up and go home.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, but thank you very much for having me on.
Of course. My last question, if a ruling does come out, being, that, and you could say no comment, being that, yesterday we learned that the human remains consisted of bones, a lot of people are speculating that it would be an obvious cause or manner. Do you have any comment?
I'm not sure I follow. What do you mean it was bones, an obvious cause or manner? I mean, everyone knows that the park was filled with wild animals, alligators and snakes and other animals. Deterioration just from being underwater may not have been the cause of death. Maybe he drowned. I don't know. So just the fact that there are skeletal remains, if that's all there were, doesn't really tell us much.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'll reach out to you later if we hear anything.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
For always writing me back.
Of course. Be well.
Thanks. Bye.
Laundrie's parents were with
All right, everybody, and we do want to give you some updates here that has just been coming within the last couple of hours right here on Live Now from Fox. The attorney for Brian Laundrie's parents says an autopsy on their son's remains, which were described as bones by Northport police, did not reveal a cause and manner of his death. Laundrie's autopsy was completed today, and his remains will be sent to an anthropologist for further examination, according to reporting from Fox 5's Jody Goldberg. The Laundrie family attorney said that they were hoping for more answers from law enforcement regarding the cause of death for Brian, who was a person of interest in the death of fiancée Gabby Patito while the couple was on a cross-country road trip. The manhunt for Brian ended on Thursday when skeletal remains found the day before at the park in a previously underwater area were identified as belonging to Brian by the FBI using dental records. Laundrie was wanted on a federal warrant charged with intent to defraud for one or more unauthorized uses of Gabby's bank cards between August 30th and September 1st, taking more than $1,000. Officials did not initially call him a suspect in Gabby's homicide. A Wyoming coroner said she died by strangulation and her body was likely outside for up to 4 weeks, but no suspects have been named in her death. For weeks, Florida authorities scoured Carlton Reserve and neighboring Creek Park, searching for any sign of Brian before scaling back those efforts nearly a week later. On Friday, September 17th, his parents said he was missing, telling Northport police that they believed he would be in the preserve. At the time, they said he left the home on September 14th, sparking the search. Then, according to the family attorney, in early October, they said they believed he left 1 day earlier than previously thought there. So this is just the latest update providing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to bring you every twist and turn that's with this one. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Going out to Florida here, getting an update from officials there on where a man was arrested after he was planning to abduct a girl. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Disturbing to family members, and had also obtained some other information where detectives were called in. Detectives came in, spoke with all parties involved, and this investigation lasted all day yesterday. We literally worked throughout the entire day developing the case and working throughout the details. And what we learned was that in the computer he had images of child pornography, so he was charged with 1 count of child pornography. But also more disturbing was that he appeared to have a plan in place to possibly kidnap a child and commit some felonious acts against them.
Talk about specifically what you guys think he had in mind.
Well, we know from the evidence that we obtained that he had a list of items that he's been procuring them for the last several days. In addition to that, with the images found on his computer, there's other things that he was planning already to go to Ocala. He was filling his car up with gas. Everything led to believe that something imminent was going to happen, that he was putting this plan in place that he had. And that was why we kept the surveillance on him throughout the day yesterday while we were working to develop any possible charges we had, because that's the threat that we believed we were facing with. We thought we had an imminent threat that we were trying to stop from happening.
Can you talk about some of the items that he was assembling?
Sure. So he was in the list. He talked specifically. The list said snatch up little girl, LIL, little girl, throw in trunk. He also talked about items, and he'd been trying to collect them. So flashlight, duct tape, shovel, things of this nature. Condom was on that list. So with that, he had been taking steps to actively get them, and that's why this was a huge deal for patrol officers to realize the threat that was happening right there beyond the initial call of a domestic disturbance. They called in the detectives, and we worked tirelessly throughout the day in order to protect the community.
Reading between the lines, it sounds like this was a plot to abduct, rape, murder, and conceal a body.
So it's hard to speculate what's into one's mind, but obviously when we look at it, that was the concern, right? The concern with this one was absolutely that we have to safeguard our community and our children, because everything, little pieces, especially adding up and all the pieces being put together, made us believe that we had a threat imminent in our community, and we were going to do everything we can to protect the community.
Talk about how big of a deal it is to get someone like this on the street.
So often law enforcement, we come in after the fact, right? We get called in once a crime actually happens, and we start investigating that way. This is one of those times that I can tell you we worked throughout the day yesterday. All day long, myself and the detectives, we were out there working on this, and there's no better feeling at the end of the day to truly believe that you prevented a tragedy from happening. So that's the most rewarding thing, that we prevented somebody from becoming a victim. Absolutely, it was a tireless effort, and it was a joint effort between, like I said, the patrol officers that got called out to a domestic disturbance. How many times do we get that call throughout the night? Midnight officers went out to a domestic disturbance, and if they didn't have the forethought to look deeper into what was being told to them and to call detectives, and for the detectives to come in at 3 in the morning to start on this investigation right away, without those partnerships, who knows what would have already been able to happen. We were able to get on top of this from the very beginning instead of trying to backtrack after the fact, trying to put the pieces together.
You know, sometimes it's difficult to separate yourself from a law enforcement officer and a human being. You got to have that separation. But if you came away with this, you must have been going, wow.
Absolutely. So as a community member, as a parent, as a family's member, this is one that makes you proud to be in this profession. The collaboration between the patrol officers, the detectives, state attorney's office, who we spoke with throughout the case yesterday. This is one that makes you very proud, and you just want to thank the family members that came forward and voiced this concern, because we really did. I truly believe that we saved a life yesterday.
You might have alluded to how close was he to execution?
Well, like I said, he put all the plans in place already. He had a list. He was already starting to compile it. He was taking all these steps. I do believe that a threat was imminent. He was taking the steps to commit this act. It wasn't just a thought. He was actively taking steps in order to go through with a plan that he had established.
It's one thing to write down a plan. It's another thing to have a trunk full of supplies.
Correct. Right. Yep. So he had supplies he has been trying to get already. He was had a plan where he was already going to be going. He already told us he had plans to leave town. He was filling up his car with gas that evening. So do I know for sure what would have happened? We have no victim, but that's what I'm thankful for. I'm thankful that our officers were able to see this for what it was, the concern, and the detectives came in right away. We worked this tirelessly throughout the day to be able to prevent us from sitting here today telling you about a victim that we have.
Who called the police department to get this rolling?
It started as a domestic call for service, a domestic disturbance yesterday around 2 in the morning.
Has he talked about any of this?
He was interviewed at length last night. He post Miranda. He did make incriminating statements.
One of the questions with the charges that will be against him, what's to guarantee that he won't be back into that same mode of thinking?
Right. So just because an arrest was made, the investigation doesn't stop. We have a lot of more work to do. We found the one image of child pornography. We're still combing through all the other evidence that we have. So that's not to say we're not going to have more charges coming forward. In addition to that, we've kept the state attorney. We've been in touch with her throughout this whole process yesterday. So they are also aware of our concerns in this case as it develops, and we're going to do everything we can to seek the justice that I believe he deserves in this case.
Just for information, what kind of charges is he facing?
Right now, he has 1 count of child pornography and 1 count of attempted kidnapping.
And now the chief's is here.
And we will continue to follow that story and so much more. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we are back here with you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Milwaukee, where the FBI is having a FBI hate crime van come, and it's going to help them get some info and tips on related hate crimes in the area.
Joining him as well. So without further delay, Special Agent in charge of the Milwaukee Division of the FBI, Robert Hughes. Judy? Oh, Judy from the transit system. There you are.
Hi, my name is Julie Schneider. I'm the Director of Security, Safety, and Risk Management for Milwaukee County Transit System. This is an excellent partnership that we are engaging in with the FBI because our bus operators and our buses cross every inch of Milwaukee County. So it's really important that we're able to send that message that we are supporting the stopping of hate crimes and the reporting of hate crimes. So we're really excited for this campaign, and we would love to hear more about it. So Special Agent in Charge Hughes, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Robert Hughes. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Milwaukee Division. I want to thank, first of all, the Milwaukee Transit System for their partnership in this initiative that we have today. I want to state that no one in our community should ever have to live in fear of becoming a victim of a hate crime. Today, the Milwaukee FBI Division is here at the Milwaukee County Transit System to make that message loud and clear by utilizing MCTS buses to encourage the public to report such crimes. Most hate crime is motivated by a bias toward race, ethnicity, ancestry, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and gender identity. No matter what excuse for hate crime offenders may use, there's no justification for violent attacks, threats of violence, vandalism, or other forms of destruction of property. Hate crime is one of the highest priorities that the FBI has, and it falls under our civil rights program, which is also one of the highest priorities that the FBI has. We are the primary federal agency responsible for investigating allegations regarding violations of federal civil rights violations and statutes. Laws that are designed to protect the civil rights of all persons, citizens and not-citizens alike, within the United States and its territories. Our FBI headquarters recently released the latest hate crime statistics, revealing a rise in these types of crimes. Hate itself is not a crime. However, criminal offense against people or property motivated by an offender's bias is a crime. We know there are some in our community who may be frightened to come forward, may be victims, or may know of other victims. You do not need to suffer in silence any longer. Please, please join us, call us, be our partner, let us help you. Reach out to the FBI and report these types of hate crimes. These two large Milwaukee County Transit buses behind me will also be a constant rolling reminder to the people of this community to dial 1-800-CALL-FBI, day or night. That number is 1-800-225-5324, and you can get help. Or you can submit tips online at tips.fbi.gov. Together as a community, we can get victims the help they need and put these offenders where they need to be, out of our communities. With this, I'd like to take any questions if you have any. According to our statistics, the number of crimes have risen over the last several years. In 2016, we had an estimated 34 reports of hate crimes. In 2020, that number has risen to 72 thus far in 2020. Or I'm sorry, that was in 2020. I do not have the statistics for 2021 at this point. Yes, we'd like to encourage everyone to contact us and feel free to do that. We do keep all confidence.
All right, everybody, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be at the top of the hour here for you on Live Now from Fox and giving you the very latest update on the tragedy that happened at a movie set yesterday in New Mexico involving actor Alec Baldwin. Some new information just coming down to start the new hour here on Live Now from Fox. You're not going to want to miss this new information in this case. You're watching Live Now from Fox. 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. It is just past 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock on the West Coast. We got some big breaking news that just coming in here revolving all around the tragedy that happened yesterday with actor Alec Baldwin there with the prop firearm that killed a woman here. Here's the new information according to the Associated Press. Alec Baldwin was handed a loaded weapon by an assistant director who indicated it was safe to use in the moments before the actor fatally shot a cinematographer. Court records released just today show the assistant director did not know the prop gun was loaded with live rounds, according to a search warrant filed in a Santa Fe court. Cinematographer Hala Hutchins was shot in the chest. Director Joel Sosa was shot standing behind her, was wounded, the records show. The warrant was obtained today so that investigators could document the scene at the ranch where the shooting took place. It notes that Baldwin's blood-stained costume for the Western film Rust was taken as evidence, and as was the weapon that was fired. Investigators also seized other props and ammunition that were being used during the shooting of the film starring Baldwin. Earlier in the day, Baldwin described the killing as a tragic accident. Baldwin was performing at the time of the shooting, the sheriff's office said. It was unclear how many rounds were fired, and little was known about the weapon. There are no words to convey my shock and sadness regarding the tragic accident that took the life of Hala Hutchins, a wife, mother, and deeply admired colleague of ours. I'm fully cooperating with the police investigation. Baldwin wrote on Twitter, "My heart is broken for her husband, their son, and all who knew and loved her." Sheriff's spokesperson Juan Rios said detectives were at the set this morning gathering evidence and information. No immediate charges were filed, and Baldwin is permitted to travel he said. Let's get some, let's continue this conversation right here. I know it has a lot of people talking right now, and we want to continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to go triple wide right here and bring in my colleague, Daytona Everett, as well as our guest here this evening, David Katz, internationally recognized security and investigative expert and the founder, president, and CEO of Global Security Group. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Happy to be here.
All right. So really the first question that we would just like to know here is this really a shocking development for you would think as for a film crew, you would think that they would have maybe more experts, on standby, but maybe is that just not the case?
Well, I mean, obviously, the vast majority of films, and there are a legion involved in the use of firearms, are done safely. I don't know what happened. I can't say. I only can go off media reports, but apparently, somehow the prop gun in this case was an actual weapon capable of accepting live rounds and dummy rounds, because if you have a live weapon, you can always fire a dummy in that. So they have weapons that will only accept dummy rounds. I'm not sure in this case what type of weapon it was, but apparently, and it's inexplicably, someone put live rounds in a weapon that's going to be used in the actor's hands.
Yeah, David, hey, Daytona here with Live Now. What are the safety protocols surrounding a movie set? Do they have people on standby who are checking these guns? Do they have experts there who understand what happens if they malfunction? I think that's the main question in this investigation, which is active at this time. Sure. What are the safety protocols? That's
an excellent question. And I've done consulting work on films. I've done training for actors and stunt people, in how to use firearms in a proficient and professional manner. On set, they typically have a master armorer who is in charge of distributing and maintaining and checking the safety of any prop guns being used. Now, I could tell you from, I was a DEA agent. When we would use blanks sometimes in training exercises. We would use marking ammunition, which they're like paintballs, but they're a lot more high velocity. And when we would use those weapons, we would make sure we'd have multiple individuals making sure no live ammunition was anywhere near the training site. And then every single round, everyone was searched. You don't have a weapon on you. You don't have live ammunition on you. And then as you loaded the ammunition, you would verify every single round was in fact either a training round or a dummy round. In this case, apparently those protocols were not even existing, were not even being implemented.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to go through safeguards in this with Alec Baldwin, who clearly was the one who fired the shots? How many times has he gone through this, and he's been in the industry for a while? Would they usually test this out before he starts firing off the weapon?
No, I don't think so. I think commonly when you're handed a prop gun, you can assume, because of the usual layers of protection and safety that are being implemented, that you're actually holding a weapon that is incapable of harming someone. Basically, a blank mm-hmm. has a case, it has a primer, it has the propellant. There's actually gunpowder in it. What it lacks, or what it's supposed to lack, is a projectile. Now, there's like wadding, either paper or some sort of plastic that contains the powder to allow compression to occur, which will make the bang and cycle the weapon. And that wadding will be expelled during the firing process. However, in this case, someone, and by the way, those rounds look dramatically different. I mean, you can see at first glance, live round, dummy round, very, very easy to tell. Somebody either just took a pistol that was loaded with live ammo. Why that was on set is unknown to me. Or there was a bunch of what they believe to be dummy rounds or blanks, and somehow a live round got in there. And when they loaded it, no one verified the fact that these are rounds without a projectile. So we don't know enough yet. but there usually are procedures in place where the actor can just take the weapon and use it without having to, open this. I think it was a wheel gun, open the cylinder and visually check. That's usually done and done in multiple layers of supervision.
Now, should there have been like a practice session right before they were going to do this, or is this pretty common where someone is just an actor is handed the prop and it's ready to go on filming?
That's an excellent question. If you look at someone like Keanu Reeves in the John Wick series, I'm a fan, by the way, you could tell he has spent a lot of time behind a trigger with live weapons and, of course, with weapons firing blanks. So he's very proficient. But I've personally seen productions where the first time the actor takes the weapon is, okay, we're gonna film the scene now. Here you go. With no training, no safety, nothing at all, which is outrageous. I don't know if you remember. It's actually, I think it was 1984. I looked it up before. A guy named John Hexum. I remember, years ago, he was an up-and-coming actor who killed himself accidentally, horsing around with a weapon with a blank that had blanks.
Yeah.
So blanks themselves are not without danger. So you need a safety briefing just for the blanks. To have a live round in there is just it's mind-boggling how that happened.
Right. And we're just learning now, the new development is that assistant director was the one who ultimately handed it to Baldwin, but it went through multiple hands before it was given to Baldwin ultimately there. My big question as well, because I think this hasn't really been released yet, there were 2 people shot in this circumstance. It wasn't just Helena, who was the one who was shot in the chest and ultimately died, but also the director, Joel Sousa, he was shot too. Is it possible that multiple rounds would have been fired? Is it possible that the bullet could have gone through both of them? How would that look?
Okay, now again, I'm making a bit of a guess here. I understand this is a Western with Jensen Ackles. By the way, I'm a big Supernatural fan, so I know who that is. If it's a Western, and apparently they were using a .44 caliber pistol, which is an older, it's an old design, single action revolver where before you fire any round, you have to cock the hammer back, revolving the cylinder, and it fires. If that's the case, then it's unlikely that Mr. Baldwin would have been able to fire one, shoot somebody, and not understand that I've just shot somebody. So my guess would be the round probably went through both of them, or could have, there could have been some, I think one round probably did the damage, unless there was some, they were fanning it or trying to shoot quickly, and he did it so fast he didn't understand that, my gosh, someone just got hurt.
Yeah.
So I think it can go either way. My guess would be probably one round, but I can't be sure.
And also, I mean, quite the shot from Baldwin if he can shoot and aim and hit both of them at the same time. That's just hard to believe for me.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, you remember he's not aiming at them. He's just he depending on the shot, he just be pointing in the direction. Now they could be taking a shot, filming directly at him, which would be fine if you have an inert weapon. So you're filming directly at somebody. They're looking at you. Bang, the gun goes off. It's not a feat of marksmanship on his part. It's the fact that a real round left the chamber of that weapon and unfortunately hit individuals right in front of the line of fire.
Got it.
How do you think this will change Hollywood's approach when they are making movies, especially using guns in there? Will there be some added precautions now for every movie in the wake of this?
You could think. We had John Hexum, Brandon Lee. People have been hurt using these prop weapons. And I would say this. There are multiple ways you could reduce the incidence of this type of accident happening. Probably the best idea would be to use only weapons that are dedicated to fire blanks. In other words, there is no possibility a live round can fit in that weapon. So we use weapons like that in training all the time. Only, for example, only a marking cartridge could fit in this type of pistol, not a live round. So I think that might do it. And then, of course, just when we do the training, it's at least 2 people, preferably 3, checking each stage, verify. Is the weapon a training weapon? Are the rounds being inserted? Are they the correct rounds? Do it again. Check my work, because to err is human, right? Multiple layers of caution are indicated, and that will probably solve the problem. As long as people remember, get the people on the set who can do that.
Right. Yeah, human error was definitely exposed in this situation. Going back to the question before, what type of risk is a cinematographer typically taking in these films that involve prop firearms? Is it usually this high of a risk?
No, absolutely not. Otherwise, you think of the number of films and television shows that involve the use of firearms and the firing of blanks that you see. Turn on TV now, you scroll through, you got every other station, you see shooting. And if the risk was that high, obviously, there you wouldn't have people, so willing to get in front of the camera. We're going to get in front of the actor taking those shots. But although it's not common, understand that when you're dealing with anything that uses propellant is potentially a risk. Is potentially dangerous. That's why you have safety personnel, and that's why you follow protocols that are inviolate. You follow those protocols. It's a checklist, and if you do that, you can do it safely. If you don't do that, you're running a risk, and here's the result of it.
So I have one last question, Mike, and then I'm sure you have one last one too. Moving forward, what should the investigators be looking for when they're analyzing the safety protocol and analyzing who may be messed up? What would you be looking for?
Basically, at this point now, it's their interviews. Whose gun is it? Who loaded it? Who brought it to the set? Who handed it to the assistant director? You want to talk to every one of those people along the chain, and at one point, someone's going to say, well, it was my gun, I was carrying it in a holster, and somehow, I don't know what they're going to find. It could very well be that it was a prop weapon, that someone loaded it, and there was a whole, you can imagine, depending on how these rounds are packaged, if someone just dumps them in a pail, and you're reaching in and you're loading dummy rounds, how easy it would be for for a live round to get in there quickly or accidentally, and then just loaded, and now you have a weapon that maybe has 5 dummy rounds and the 6th is a live round. That's possible. Or it was a fully loaded weapon brought to the set, it shouldn't have been there, and someone handed a fully loaded functional pistol to Mr. Baldwin.
So it wouldn't feel different or anything if you had blanks versus live rounds?
No, I've been shooting more than 5 decades now. So when I pick up a pistol, I can feel whether I believe it is loaded or unloaded, or whether they're live rounds or blank rounds. Even so, I'm not going to rely on my just my perception. I'm still going to verify either it's empty or verify what type of rounds are in the weapon. So I don't think there's any way you can expect that Mr. Baldwin was going to pick up that pistol and said, "Yep, feels like there are live rounds in here." I'd say that the chances of that being possible is 0.
And so at the end of the day, it seems like right now, obviously the investigation's still in its very, very early stages, but it seems like this is just a huge oversight in the process of getting from wherever the gun was at the set to the hands of an actor. And it seems like now that investigation will just see, okay, what happened from point A to point B?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You certainly have negligence as far as a civil suit, and you may have negligence on as a criminal matter. So right now, if the police are involved, and they are, they're pursuing the criminal investigation, whether it's there'll be charges or not. I have no way of knowing. But if anything possibly good comes out of it, have professionals on the set who are anal with respect to the application of safety rules. Everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes. You make mistakes. But if you have a general set of rules that you never fail to follow, if you do make a mistake, they don't have tragic results.
All right, that was a perfect way to wrap it all up there. David Katz, security expert, thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. Really able to help us break down everything that happened yesterday.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
No problem, no problem. And when we, in the next 40 minutes or so, it was a perfect way to transition there, because coming up at the next top of the hour, we're going to be talking to an attorney, just talking about, okay, what could come from all of this? You heard about civil cases, maybe even criminal as well. We'll get all of the download there coming up a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I do want to go, right before we go to break right here, I want to go out right outside of the White House. We do have President Biden. He is on the move right now in Marine One, headed to Delaware for the weekend. Take a look at that. Always a great shot to see that monument in the background. Coming up back out here to Live Now from Fox. I want to show you just a little bit from the White House briefing from earlier, talking about supply chain issues, vaccine mandates, and so much more.
Members of Congress about his transformative Build Back Better agenda and bipartisan infrastructure deal. On Monday, he will travel to New Jersey, where he will visit a school and one of the busiest railroad bridges in the country to continue rallying support for both his bipartisan infrastructure deal and Build Back Better agenda. Back in Washington, President Biden will meet with his All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew and welcome the official delegation of the Orthodox Christian Church of the United States. I was about to lose my Greek American card there for a second, but I think I sailed through. On Tuesday, the president will campaign with former Governor Terry McAuliffe in Arlington, Virginia. On Thursday, the president and First Lady will travel to Rome, Italy. On Friday, the president will visit the Vatican City and have an audience with His Holiness Pope Francis. They will discuss working together on efforts grounded in respect for fundamental human dignity, including ending the COVID-19 pandemic, tackling the climate crisis, and caring for the poor. On Saturday and Sunday, the president will participate in the G20 Leader Summit. We will have more on individual bilateral engagements in the run-up to the summit. And from Rome, the president will travel to Glasgow, United Kingdom, from November 1st through the 2nd to participate in the World Leader Summit at the start of COP26, the 26th conference of the parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. I will note a programming note for all of you. We will have Jake Sullivan in here next week. We're working on finalizing the details to preview the trip in advance of the president's departure. But Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, sorry. can I note one more thing? I apologize. Today, the Vice President visited the Northeast Bronx YMCA in New York with HHS Secretary Javier Becerra, Governor Kathy Hochul, and Congressman Jamal Bowman. The Vice President will hear about the YMCA facilities' impact on the community and deliver remarks about how the bipartisan infrastructure deal and the Build Back Better agenda will benefit working families. She'll also highlight the importance of extending the child tax credit, which is one of the largest ever single tax cuts for families with children. Okay, Zeke, go ahead.
Thanks. What's the status of the negotiations over the president's social spending bill? House Speaker Nancy Pelosi suggested a deal could be done today. Does the president expect that? And who's he speaking with right now?
Well, he will continue to have calls throughout the course of the day and the weekend, as he has over the last several days. We will provide you details on those as we can. We have a goal, as Speaker Pelosi conveyed. We have milestones, and we're working on finalizing an agreement. That's the status. Our focus is on making significant progress on that. We've seen that happen over the last several days. We're encouraged by the shared commitment to get this done and deliver for the American people. But I don't have any new deadlines or timelines from here, nor have we set them from here over the last several days or weeks.
As that package that the president proposed initially at roughly $3.5 trillion, now looks to be being cut roughly in half. We've heard the president say he wants to come back at things later, things like community college, some of the other extending the life of some of these programs that have been shortened. Progressives have been saying that now's the moment to go big. There might not be another moment. Why does the president think, given how difficult things have been up to this point, that he'll have another bite at the apple to sort of make these programs more enduring, or to include even things that couldn't make it into this package somewhere down the line?
Well, let me say first, Zeke, that this package is on track to be to represent or to direct the most fundamental shift in supporting hardworking families over wealthy in modern American history. And the president's belief, as you heard him say last night, is that compromise is not a dirty word, and that we will get nothing if we do not have 50 votes. The alternative is not a larger package. The alternative is nothing. So his objective is to continue to press forward, to bring the parties together to get a historic package done. And I will note that there's a lot of history for this, and he talked about this a little bit last night, but there's history in putting in place a framework that puts in place positive fundamental change. Look at Social Security. Look at the Affordable Care Act. These are all historic programs that have then been built on domestically. And whatever the top line number is, which we're still obviously working through and negotiating, this is on track to change millions of middle-class families who have been falling behind. Let me give you just a couple of examples. And he talked about this last night, but where the package stands as of now. The largest investment in child care and early education, childhood education in history, with the first national universal preschool program ever in history. The largest investment in climate and clean energy in history, around 6 times the size of the climate and clean energy investment in the Recovery Act, the second largest climate bill in history. The first national paid family and medical leave program ever. The largest expansion in health care coverage since the Affordable Care Act, leading 7 million people to gain new coverage. Perpetuating the largest one-year drop in child poverty in history by extending the child tax credit. And a new investment in housing that is greater than the entire current annual budget of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That is what we were talking about here, even as we were talking about a package that's being negotiated that is smaller than what he originally proposed.
But why does he think that a future Congress or sometime later in the administration he'll have more luck going beyond where he's at right now and getting more spending for some of those programs at the levels that he initially wanted that he's had to tear back?
Well, 2 reasons, Zeke. One is what I referenced related to the Social Security program in history, or the Affordable Care Act, where these are programs that put in place the fundamental mechanisms in society to deliver on change and relief to people for decades to come. And what we're talking about here is instituting some programs that have never existed before. Universal pre-K. We're talking about paid family and medical leave. We're building on, as an example, the Affordable Care Act by continuing to expand health care coverage, which is another example of building. So the president's belief is these changes are long overdue. These changes are changes the American people have been asking for, have been demanding, want to see government act on to make their lives better, and that these packages will be the basis for building on in the future, during his administration as well.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The president was pretty clear last night that Senator Sinema does not support raising taxes on big corporations or the corporate tax hike. The White House says that you guys are looking for other ways to pay for this package. What exactly are those proposals, and can this package be paid for without a corporate tax increase?
Yes, absolutely, but there are different corporate tax increases in here, so let me go through what a couple of the tax pieces are that are under consideration. I would note that as it relates to the president's comments last night, he was answering a question. These town halls are conversations. That's what's so endearing and engaging about them, but he was referring to the challenge of having the votes to move forward on raising the corporate rate, not the ability to raise revenue through a range of other tax fairness proposals. So let me give you a sense of a couple of those. So some of the biggest corporations in America pay literally nothing in income taxes, as we know, as we've talked about in the past, a lot in here. 55 of the biggest companies, they pay lower rates than wage-earning families. We can stop that by imposing a 15% minimum tax, a minimum corporate tax, to make sure large corporations pay their fair share. We also believe, the president believes, a number of other members of Congress believe that we need to stop rewarding companies that offshore profits and American jobs. We'll do that by creating a global minimum tax, something the United States has been the global leader in, bringing together countries around the world, and that will help to make the United States more competitive and end the race to the bottom. We can also close loopholes for high-income Americans, including a loophole that allows some taxpayers, like hedge fund managers, to escape a Medicare tax imposed on all high-end income, on all high income. That's another proposal that's out there still. And we can crack down on wealthy tax cheats who are taking advantage of every honest taxpayer and invest in enforcement to stop 1% from evading $160 billion in taxes per year, something that Treasury secretaries, Republican and Democrats, have expressed support for and feel this is a strong part of the proposal. So I list all of those because those are all ideas out there, all ideas that would move us forward toward a greater system of tax fairness and also can help pay for the full package.
One more follow-up on the child tax credit. Speaker Pelosi told me yesterday that the president was looking at a one-year extension. According to the Census Bureau, 47% of families use that money to buy food. Will those children be left behind if there's only a one-year extension on the child tax credit?
Well, to be clear, the president proposed a longer extension. What the president is, though, looking to do is to extend the child tax credit, something that he proposed himself earlier this year, and again proposed extending it because he thinks it does have such an important and dramatic impact on people across the country. Many economists have credited it with cutting the childhood poverty rate in half. He absolutely thinks it should be a part of what American families can benefit from. But it's smaller because compromise is not a dirty word, and it is something that we still believe is a positive step forward to extend. Go ahead.
What drove the shift in the president's posture this week in terms of, he laid out a lot of details to rank and file members on Tuesday. He laid out a lot of details to the entire world last night. Something you guys haven't been wanting to talk about over the course of the last several months. Why now? Why has he moved in this direction?
The charm of Anderson Cooper, I guess. I'm just kidding. Look, I think, Phil, that we are at this point in the conversation and in the debate where we are getting into the nitty-gritty details, and the president is deeply engaged in those discussions. I think what you saw last night, what the American people saw last night, is that the president has rolled up his sleeves and he is deep in the details of spreadsheets and numbers and what the potential impact can be to help the American people. And he was candid, and he was candid about where the negotiations stood, and also wanted the American people to understand, as I just outlined earlier, that progress here is a historic package that will put in place systems and programs that have never existed in our society before. So I think what you're seeing is that we're getting closer. We're into the nitty-gritty details. There is agreement about some fundamental investments in our society, and he loves having conversations with the American people about what he's fighting for.
Two more just to follow up on last night. Can you clarify where discussions are, if they exist at all, in terms of the National Guard and the supply chain?
Oh, can I clarify where things stand?
My understanding is it had been talked about, but it wasn't something you guys were moving toward. The president seemed to say differently last night.
Sure. Well, any president has the ability to use the National Guard from the federal level. requesting the use of the National Guard at the state level, which is often how it's done, is under the purview of governors. And we're not actively asking them to do that, and we're not actively pursuing the use of the National Guard on a federal level. But it is something that any president would have the capacity to do, the authority to do, but it is not something under active consideration.
And then one more. The president was asked if the U.S. would come to Taiwan's defensive attack by China, and he said, yes, we have a commitment to do that. Is there a shift in U.S. policy as it relates to Taiwan and a defense agreement?
Well, there has been no shift. The president was not announcing any change in our policy, nor has he made a decision to change our policy. There is no change in our policy. Our defense relationship with Taiwan is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act. Some of the principles of the Taiwan Relations Act that the United States will continue to abide by, of course, is assisting Taiwan in maintaining a sufficient self-defense capability. Another principle is that the United States would regard any effort to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific and of grave concern to the United States. I would also note that Secretary Austin also spoke to this earlier today, and he said, as the Secretary of Defense, of course, nobody wants to see cross-strait issues come to blows. Certainly not President Biden, and there's no reason that it should. And that is certainly emblematic of our approach as well. Go ahead, Jeff.
Just piggybacking on that question about Taiwan, the U.S. policy is one of strategic ambiguity on this. He seemed pretty unambiguous with what he said last night. Was that intentional?
What I can convey to you is that our policy has not changed. He was not intending to convey a change in policy, nor has he made a decision to change our policy.
Okay. Moving back to the legislation, is the president confident, or is he hoping for a vote on this before he heads to Europe next week?
Well, his preference would certainly be to get something done in the coming days. And obviously, he will work closely with Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer to do exactly that. But I don't have any new deadlines or timelines to set for you today.
Beyond citing the rhodium report, if he arrives in Glasgow without this in hand, what is his message to world leaders on that world stage?
His message is that he is a president who will bring the climate crisis back to the top of the priority list for the United States. And he has already taken steps to do exactly that, not just by rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement, but by taking steps working with the leaders of the auto industry to move towards electric vehicles and electric vehicle future to reduce greenhouse gas emissions here in the United States, and that he has proposed the largest investment in addressing the climate crisis in American history. And that is something we are on track to deliver on, even with a smaller package.
And just lastly, does the president or the White House have a reaction to the Alec Baldwin shooting incident in New Mexico?
Other than to say that it is obviously a tragedy, the loss of life, and as I understand it, the individual who is in the hospital, and so our thoughts and prayers go out to their family members, but no, beyond that, we don't have an additional U.S. reaction. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. And follow on China and Taiwan, just to be crystal clear, when the president says that the U.S. has a commitment to protect Taiwan, does that commitment include military intervention in the event of a Chinese attack?
Again, as I said earlier, he wasn't announcing a change in policy, nor have we changed our policy, which I think is the most important point here. And we are guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, and I just outlined what some of those principles are, which is ensuring that we continue to assist Taiwan in maintaining a sufficient self-defense capability, and that is something we remain committed to doing.
So can you just remind us that policy is no, there would not be military intervention, right?
Our policy is to be guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, which is the specifics of that are that we are going to continue assisting Taiwan in maintaining a sufficient self-defense capability. Another principle is that we regard any effort to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means as a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific. But as I noted earlier, our Secretary of Defense conveyed clearly what our policy and our view is, which is that no one wants to see cross-strait issues come to blows. That is what we want to avoid, and that's what the American people should understand as our focus. That's the view of the president, that's the view of the Secretary of Defense, and there's no reason anyone should think otherwise.
And then a follow-up on all those tax options that you might have if the corporate tax is not raised. And if there is no hike in taxes on the wealthy, will all of those still guarantee that this package will not be deficit spending?
Yes.
Okay.
And none of that has been concluded. I think I gave all those additional components of tax options that are out there and Senator Sinema can obviously speak for herself, as I always convey from here, but she has been supportive of a number of these options, as have others, and those are all options that can help ensure we're moving toward a more fair tax system, but also pay for these investments.
Thanks. And just one more on the filibuster. What are some ways that the filibuster can be fundamentally altered without ending it altogether?
Look, I think the president will have more to say about this in the coming weeks. But I think what you heard him say last night is that we're at an inflection point on a range of issues, including, and this is often why it comes up, voting rights. And he talked about this a little bit yesterday when he was at the 10th anniversary of the MLK Memorial. We know the right to vote and the rule of law are under unrelenting assault from Republican governors, attorneys general, secretaries of state, state legislators, and legislators. And time again, when offered the choice, 3 times over the last several months, when a hand has been extended by Democrats to work together to protect the fundamental right, Republicans have not only recoiled, they have blocked the ability to make any semblance of progress. So what the president's referring to is the fact that that is unacceptable. The protection of the fundamental right to vote is something that has been bipartisan in the past. He spoke back in March about his concerns or how he would view it if the Republicans continue to be obstructionist around it, and we've seen that time and time again. So he will discuss what that looks like, because not getting voting rights done is not an option.
So does that frustration explain his evolution of thinking on the filibuster? In July, he said eliminating it would throw Congress into chaos and nothing would get done.
Well, I would also note that back in March, he noted that if there was obstruction, that it was something that we would have to take a look at. So, look, I think many of you have covered the president for some time, and you know that his view is that we should pursue ways to work in a bipartisan manner, that we should pursue paths forward that can get things done for the American people. When he helped lead the effort to authorize the voting rights bill back when he was a senator, that was done in a bipartisan way. And he is frustrated, he is disappointed, he is sad that this is not something that Republicans seem willing to engage on, to work on. And I think what you saw reflected last night is his view that in light of the tax on our democracy, what we've seen across the country in states and by state legislators, that it is time to have a conversation about what this looks like moving forward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The leader of a union representing FedEx, UPS, and DHL is saying that supply chain problems are going to get worse with labor shortages right before the holidays unless the president postpones the requirement to get vaccinated by December 8th. So what is more important to this president? The vaccine mandates or fixing the supply chain as fast as possible?
Well, first I would say that that is not actually what we've seen at companies that have implemented these vaccine requirements that are not even part of federal law yet. Let me just finish. I'm going to let you talk. Don't worry about it. I'm going to let you talk. Okay. So American and Southwest CEOs have made clear their workers will not be there won't be a labor shortage. We've seen United Airlines implement this, and as we've also said, as we work to implement these federal employee requirements, the first step is not firings. It's actually education and counseling. So we don't actually anticipate these disruptions. What we've seen for companies who have implemented these requirements is an increase from 20 to 90%. Last thing, and then I'll let you ask your follow-up, is that the other piece of this is that COVID is an enormous labor disruptor, not only because it's the #1 cause of death in some industries and some professions, including police forces across the country, but because people are out sick, people are worried about coming to work. This is one of the reasons that a lot of these companies have implemented these requirements.
Just so that I understand the position then, this union leader says that the looming December 8th mandate for having fully vaccinated workforces creates a significant supply chain problem. You say no, it does not. Is that right?
What I would point to, Peter, is the evidence we've seen from companies, large companies, private sector companies that have implemented these requirements across the board.
Okay, following up on something else the president said last night, why did President Biden say he has been to the border?
Well, Peter, as you may have seen, there's been reporting that he did drive through the border when he was on the campaign trail in 2008, and he is certainly familiar with the fact, and it stuck with him, with the fact that in El Paso, the border goes right through the center of town. But what the most important thing everyone should know and understand is that the president has worked on these issues throughout his entire career and is well-versed in every aspect of our immigration system, including the border. That includes when he was vice president, and he went to Mexico and Central America 10 times to address border issues and talk about what we can do to reduce the number of migrants who are coming to the border. He worked in a bipartisan manner with senators like Ted Kennedy, Harry Reid, John McCain, and others to push for comprehensive immigration reform. He does not need a visit to the border to know what a mess was left by the last administration. That's his view.
Does that count as a visit? He said, I've been there before. You're saying he drove by for a few minutes. Does that count?
What is the root cause? Where are people coming from who are coming to the border, Peter?
The president said that
I'm asking you a question because I think people should understand the context.
No, you're
where do people
I'm asking you if that.
Okay, I'll answer it for you. People come from Central America and Mexico to go to the border. The president has been to those countries 10 times to talk about border issues. There is a focus right now on a photo op. The president does not believe a photo op is the same as solutions.
But he said,
that may be a difference he has with Republicans.
But that's not what he said either. He said, I guess I should go down. So does he think that he needs a photo op? Is that what he's saying?
He doesn't. And that's a fundamental disagreement he has. I would say the former president went to the border at least once, maybe more. You may know the numbers. How did that immigration policy result, Peter? That immigration policy resulted in separating kids from their parents, building a border wall that's feckless and that costs billions of dollars for taxpayers. The president fundamentally disagrees on how we need to approach the immigration issue.
Anything changed at the border between 2008 when he drove by and 2021?
Aside from the fact that migrants are still coming to the border through the course of Democratic and Republican presidents, and the need to reform the immigration system is even farther long overdue, no. But we need to work with Democrats and Republicans to get that done. I think we're going to have to keep chugging along here. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, if I can, about gas prices. The president was asked about that. A lot of Americans have been concerned about the cost to go to the pump these days. He said, I don't see anything that's going to happen in the meantime that's going to significantly reduce gas prices. He said, I don't have a near-term answer. For Americans who are looking for an answer, what is the answer?
Well, what is true, and I think the president, as I said earlier, was quite candid last night, as the American people should expect from him, and from any president. And there are limitations to what any president can do as it relates to gas prices. Here's what we have been doing. As we've said for some time, we are engaging broadly with OPEC on our concerns at a range of levels. And that is something we will continue to do. As you know, Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, recently met with leaders in Saudi Arabia and certainly raised this issue. The president has also been concerned, as the administration has been, about what we have seen as rises in supply that have not been accompanied by drops in cost. That's one of the reasons he's asked the FTC to look into price gouging, something that is no doubt impacting, or we expect might be impacting, the cost of gas around the country. So we are working and using every single lever he can, but I think what people heard from him is some candor about what impacts we can have.
He mused that he could go into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and that could bring the cost down. He said it would still be above $3. Will he do that?
I don't have anything to preview on that front at this point.
Let me ask you, does the White House have any response to the Supreme Court today saying that it's not going to block the Texas abortion ban, although it did grant an expedited review to take place, I think, by the start of November?
Well, I would naturally defer any particular questions about the Supreme Court decision in litigation to the Department of Justice. But what I can reiterate is that the president has been clear in his position that SB 8 is blatantly unconstitutional. It not only violates the right to safe and legal abortion established under Roe v. Wade, but it creates a scheme to allow private citizens to interfere with that right and to evade judicial review. That is why he's directed a whole of government response to it, and why he will continue to stand side by side with women across the country to protect their rights. But in terms of any litigation steps, I'd point to the Department of Justice.
But contingencies, if the Supreme Court is to uphold that present ban, what contingencies, what process takes place behind closed doors here at the White House to help look out for the women in that state?
Again, as you know, the Gender Policy Council and leaders there are leading the effort to work and see what levers in government we can use to continue to protect women's fundamental rights. We will see if there's an update on that to provide to all of you. Go ahead, Serena.
Afghanistan,
thank you. I'll come to you next.
Thank you. The attack on a military outpost in southern Syria this week did not result in any American casualties, but the U.S. military considers it to be a serious but failed attempt to take American lives. Do you know who's responsible, and what is the administration doing to prevent another attack or hold the perpetrators accountable?
I don't have any updates for you on the responsibility, and of course, what happened is something that is great concern to us. I have nothing to preview in terms of what additional steps would be.
Well, some governments, including U.S. partners in the region, have moved toward normalizing relations with the Assad regime. Has the administration directly urged its counterparts against doing so?
Nothing has changed about the U.S. position as it relates to the Assad regime. In terms of private diplomatic conversations, I'd point you to the State Department.
Lastly, because there was a broader review of sanctions policy by the Treasury Department that was released this week. It stated sanctions are most effective on a multilateral basis. So if other countries, including U.S. partners, are resuming diplomatic and commercial ties with Syria, does it not undermine U.S. sanctions, and what does the administration plan to do about it?
Say that last part one more time.
Does it not undermine U.S. sanctions if other partners are resuming diplomatic and commercial ties with the Assad regime? Is there anything the administration plans to do about that?
I don't have anything to preview for you at this point in time. I, again, would point you to the State Department. Our view of the Assad regime has not changed. I would note on the attack, which you asked me about, let me give you all a little bit more context on that. U.S. Central Command confirmed last night and put out a statement, or maybe it was earlier, sorry, that the Al-Tanf garrison area was subjected to a deliberate and coordinated attack. Initial reports indicate both unmanned aerial systems and rockets were used in the attack. All U.S. personnel have been accounted for. We're not aware of any injuries to U.S. personnel at this time. Of course, we always reserve the right to respond. As I noted, we have nothing to preview on that front, and we're still investigating.
Go ahead. Regarding kids and vaccines, a new poll is talking about 2/3 of parents with kids between 5 and 11. They're having a wait-and-see attitude, or they're resisting it altogether. And so what is the White House doing to combat that vaccine hesitancy amongst parents?
Well, first I would note that we have experienced this before, because if you look back to December, only about 30% or just over that of people who are eligible for vaccines said they would want to take a vaccine. And now we're at nearly 80% of eligible adults or people who are of the eligible age who have now received their first dose. We have launched, and we announced the launch last week, or our intention to launch, a major campaign to communicate with parents, to communicate with families about the safety and the efficacy of these vaccines should they get approval. We will also be prepared to have the doses needed to ensure that parents can get vaccines to their kids. But what we're really focusing on is working with pediatricians. We know that the pediatricians are one of the most trusted sources of information for any parent. I can confirm that myself. And so we're really encouraging parents to talk to their pediatricians, of course, to wait for approval before they proceed, but to have those conversations, and that will be what our strategy is guided around.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Two questions. One is about the Moscow conference. The United States was not able to participate. What was the reason? Number two, NATO conference, any result? And number three, so many Afghan people, especially women, they are under torture of the Taliban, and they have high expectation from the United States. I don't know, you guys still committed to help Afghan people, or United States totally forget Afghan people?
Absolutely not. On the last piece, we remain absolutely committed to helping the Afghan people. We remain the largest provider of humanitarian assistance of any country in the world, and we're committed to ensuring there is the ability for people who want to leave to depart, ensuring there are flights that can depart to do that, or people can cross over land, and continue to work with reliable international organizations like the World Food Program to provide that assistance. In terms of the NATO conference, I know our Secretary of Defense spoke to that. I'd point you to his comments and his press conference on the ground. And on your first question, I know
we're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
We were unable to attend for logistical reasons. We believe the Troika Plus, which is what this forum or format is, has been an effective and constructive forum. We look forward to engaging that forum going forward, but we weren't in a position to be a part of it this week, but we will in the future. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify, you've been, earlier at the start of this, you talked about how universal pre-K, family leave, are those things that will definitely be in the bill? Because you're saying no matter what happens, it looks like we'll have at least this much. So I was just wondering, can you clarify, are those things definitely going to be in there? Are those red lines for the president?
I'm not here to set new red lines. What we know is that this is going to be the most historic investment in child care and care in the care economy ever in history, and that there will be programs put in place that have not existed in the past. Hopefully, we will know more soon what the final package looks like, but I just wanted to outline some of the key components that there's continued discussion about.
I noticed you didn't mention Medicare expansion in that. Is that intentional? Like, why not?
It was not intentional. I was trying to give a couple of examples because sometimes we miss the historic comparison here on what we're talking about and what kind of a dramatic impact this package will have on families across the country and what it's tracking to be. There are still final pieces that need to be concluded, and I can't give you a final fact sheet quite yet, but that's what I wanted to lay out for all of you.
Another quick question. Does the White House have any thoughts on the Supreme Court? Yes, they're taking up the Texas abortion law, but they're not going to rule on the constitutionality of it. Does the White House have any thoughts on that?
I would, beyond what I said to Peter, I don't have anything additional from here. I'd point you to the Department of Justice.
Go ahead. Thank you, Jen. Just to follow up on the Medicare expansion, do you have any updates? President Biden addressed some of these discussions last night, and whether this will be an actual expansion or vouchers for things such as dental work. Is there any update in those discussions?
Not yet. He talked a little bit, for those of you who didn't watch the town hall last night from 8 to 9:30. He talked a little bit about how he wants to, his objective of working to bring down the cost. So I think you're referring, just to translate for everybody to bring them up, he talked a little bit about the possibility of vouchers for dental, something that's in discussion, but there's no new information I can provide to all of you. He also talked about the hearing aids and bringing down the cost of hearing aids and bringing that cost down and addressing it for seniors is a huge priority to him. He also mentioned last night how when you look at seniors and what they're struggling with, including dementia, that hearing and the ability to hear is an important priority. Still in discussion, clearly a priority to a number of key leaders in the Senate, but there's not a final conclusion before I came out here today.
Along those lines, Nancy Pelosi, who I believe had breakfast here this morning.
She did. She was here. I'm not sure what they ate, but they met, so yes.
She indicated that a climate deal was close and suggested it could be done. Has the White House and congressional Democrats identified any substitute for the Clean Energy Performance Program that looks to be removed at Joe Manchin's request? And if so, what is it?
Well, the president talked a little bit last night about the fact that, and I would say it's still on track to be, because there are so many climate components in these two packages that the president has proposed, including climate tax credits and tax cuts, which have been a part of his proposal, has broad support in the Senate. There are also key components, since you gave me the opportunity, that have been in the infrastructure plan that often we don't talk enough about, including moving toward electric vehicles, 500,000 charging stations across the country, which would be a huge impact, have a big impact in moving toward an industry that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Replacing lead pipes and water. I think many of you may have seen today that the state of Michigan issued a state of emergency because of lead in pipes. This is an area and a place that has a climate impact, that has a humane impact. These are all components that are under discussion, and obviously the infrastructure pieces have passed, but continue to be a part of what the president's proposed. But addressing the climate, making this the largest climate bill in history, we'll continue to be on track toward that.
Just lastly, the president last night said he would entertain the notion of doing away with the filibuster to pass voting rights, and then he added, and maybe more. What's the maybe more?
Stay tuned. It's to have a discussion. I expect you'll hear more from the president about it in the coming weeks. Go ahead.
Matt took my climate question, but
that's okay. You can ask it in a different way. Okay.
On immigration, though, the president said yesterday that the administration's stance is that it is opposed to MPP, the Remain in Mexico policy. Yeah. But
all right, everybody, let's take a live look now. Live look right now. Marine One just landed in Delaware. You're watching this all unfold live right now on LiveNOW from Fox. President Biden going to be spending the weekend back home in Delaware And we'll continue to follow all the developments from across the country. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, you're going to want to stay here with us. We are going to have an update on the tragic situation that happened yesterday in New Mexico with actor Alec Baldwin and the misfiring of a gun that turned out to be loaded. And we will bring you the very latest on Live Now from Fox. We're talking to a criminal defense attorney. What's going to happen next in this investigation? And what about the production company? What are they facing? We're going to bring it all down for you and break it all down for you. Coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join here with us. It is 9 o'clock out on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. We got some breaking news that we first want to bring to you in this case with Alec Baldwin that happened yesterday, tragically, in New Mexico. The Associated Press is reporting that Alec Baldwin was handed a loaded weapon by an assistant director who indicated it was safe to use in the moments before the actor fatally shot a cinematographer. Court records released today show the assistant director did not know the prop gun was loaded with live rounds, according to a search warrant filed in a Santa Fe court there. The cinematographer was shot in the chest, and the director, who was standing behind her, was wounded. The records also show the warrant was obtained on Friday, so today the investigators could document the scene at the ranch where the shooting took place. It notes that Baldwin's blood-stained costume for the Western film Rust was taken as evidence, and as was the weapon that was fired. So we want to continue this conversation. Obviously, it's a big talker, and unfortunately it is because of the death there of the one woman right now. But let's get a little bit more insight right now on all of this. Let's bring in our friend here on Live Now from Fox, a friend here of this program, the criminal defense attorney Vanu Varghese, joining us right now. Thanks so much for coming on again.
My pleasure. Happy to be here. I apologize in advance for the noise. I'm actually in Ecuador at the moment, but when you guys call, I always answer the call.
That's awesome. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday. So let's get right into it. What could possibly the production company of this film be facing here with this death on the set?
Well, look, obviously, there's a criminal investigation going on. As you mentioned a minute ago, there was a search warrant filed. There's evidence that's been obtained, and it appears that there was a live round in that gun. That could be potentially criminally negligent homicide. I don't see any liability on the part of Alec Baldwin unless that somehow it comes out that he knew or should have known, but it's unlikely in terms of him. But in terms of the people involved in the company, there is normally what's called an armorer on the set who's supposed to check the safety. If that person was negligent, then you could potentially see criminal charges on top of any potential civil charges a civil suit that could occur as a result of this for wrongful death from the family of the woman who died.
All right, and let's also talk about how this investigation will likely go here. So right now, we know it's just right now in the beginning stages, but how will they go about the investigators looking at, okay, where was the gun in the first place, and maybe the different spots it was in during the day, and who handled it? How will they have that type of checking if there's no really documents to provide that?
Well, they're going to interview everybody, and then this is going to be where it gets interesting to see if anyone, as they say in common parlance, lawyers up. And at that point, they're going to be stymied a bit, but basically they will hope with interviews of everyone else, including Alec Baldwin, who appears to be cooperating with the investigation. They should then be able to piece together who was the person who loaded the gun. And the person who loaded the gun, who loaded it with live bullets, is going to have criminal liability here. The civil side will come later, but initially there will be somebody who's going to be held criminally liable because you have a homicide, you have the death of a person by another, and this is a preventable. It appears clearly a preventable death. This should not have happened. So there should not have been a live round put into this gun.
And also, let's also talk about the very simple fact of lots of cameras around the set, obviously, because they're making a film. How much of that will go into the part of getting all of the relevant video?
Well, that's an interesting question. Who knows whether these cameras are continuously rolling? They probably are not, because I imagine there are things that go on sets that actors like Alec Baldwin, producers, don't want to get out into the public. I mean, we've seen over the years of newscasters, not you, of course, but newscasters, some famous ones, Bill O'Reilly, when they thought the camera was off, and it was rolling, and things were said that weren't so nice. So I doubt that the cameras are rolling continuously unless the area has security camera that's running at the same time. So that's an interesting question. I would be surprised if there was continuous cameras rolling at the time that this was that they were filming.
Okay, and then also when we're talking about this investigation and just how everything played out, it seems like at least there's going to be most likely, if not a criminal charge, but something very big with civil, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is where it gets interesting because my understanding is Alec Baldwin is a producer on this, so he may have had a financial interest in this or some stocks, for to say, in this company. And then he may end up being the one who's a named defendant in a civil suit. At the moment, it appears he wouldn't have any criminal liability because it'd be very surprising if he knew or should have known that the gun was going to be loaded, because there are people on the set that are there to ensure that the gun works right. But I would not be at all surprised if Alec Baldwin is a named defendant in the civil suit, the eventual civil suit, when it comes out.
Okay, and then how likely, obviously with an investigation and then pending lawsuits, how likely is this movie even going to be even seen, or even production going to happen, continue?
Well, I often comment on Hollywood and things that go on over there. I would, at this point, venture to guess it's unlikely that it will continue. Apparently, it's not a high budget film. I think it's something around $7 million. So, which obviously the common man's a lot, but not in Hollywood terms. It's a low budget movie, so I would be surprised if the production actually continues at this point. But it may. Maybe he'll get an outside investor, and assuming that, and presuming, that Alec Baldwin is not named or has no financial liability in this woman's death, then who knows? It could go forward.
Yeah, it's just a sad case all the way around when you're looking at that. Such a tragedy for that to happen, but definitely still needs to be investigated. Any closing comments that you want to have here on this case?
Just that it appears, and a number of experts have spoken to different papers, ranging from the Wall Street Journal to the New York Times, and I've read some of these, safety experts, and talking about the different types of guns that are used, these prop guns, which are supposed to be filled with blank cartridges, and there's supposed to be someone on who's supposed to keep it safe. Apparently, the woman who was the person who was supposed to be the armorer is a young woman, only 24 years old, and the first time that she had worked was recently on a Nicolas Cage low-budget film. So, and she apparently made a tweet that she wasn't sure she could handle it. So there could be some real interesting things that will happen, to Alec Baldwin if he was involved in the decision-making for bringing her on. But the larger issue is that this shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened at all. It shouldn't have happened to Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, when he was killed on the set of The Crow. I remember that. I was in college, and he was an up-and-coming star. And then there was another actor, John Eric Hexum, in the 80s, who I used to watch when I was a kid on a show called Voyagers, who was also tragically killed on set. None of this stuff should have happened. And, it's preventable, but, there are 43 on-set deaths since 1990, and it seems all of them were preventable.
Yeah, such a sad cases there, and sad reminders there that at any moment something like this can happen, and that's why really in these types of situations people just got to always be checking and rechecking, I guess, when it comes to working on those sites, especially when it comes to firearms. So criminal defense attorney Venu Varghese, thank you so much again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Always a great friend here to the program. We appreciate it, and you have a good night and have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. And we will continue here with more Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes, everyone. All right, everybody, I do want to now go out here to the Department of Justice, where earlier today they were talking about trying to have better housing conditions and able and fair markets for people that want to own a home. And we're going to listen right here from the Department of Justice. You got the U.S. Attorney General there, Merrick Garland.
We are in were constructed at the height of the Great Depression in the early 1930s. At the same time that the federal government was constructing this monument to justice, it was instituting a profoundly unjust nationwide real estate practice known as redlining. Redlining is a process by which lenders deny services to individuals in a neighborhood because of the race or national origin of the people who live in those communities. Redlining has its roots in programs that were designed to make home ownership widely available for the American people, but that purposely excluded minority neighborhoods from accessing those benefits. Much has changed since the federal government engaged in Depression-era redlining, but discriminatory lending practices by financial institutions still exist. Unfortunately, redlining remains a persistent form of discrimination that harms minority communities. Lending discrimination runs counter to fundamental promises of our economic system. When people are denied credit simply because of their race or national origin, their ability to share in our nation's prosperity is all but eliminated. We are here today to announce that the Justice Department has launched an initiative to combat modern-day redlining. Along with our partners at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, we are also announcing our first settlement under the initiative and our second redlining settlement in the last 2 months. Redlining contributed to the large racial wealth gap that exists in this country. The practice made it extremely difficult for people of color to accumulate wealth through the purchase, refinancing, or repair of their homes. That discrepancy in wealth is clearly reflected in current home ownership rates. Today, a white family is 30% more likely to own a home than a black family. This present-day gap in home ownership rates is larger than it was in 1960. When lending institutions deny or avoid providing loans to minority communities because of the racial or ethnic demographics of the relevant neighborhoods, they contribute to these inequities. Such lending practices also violate federal law. The Justice Department has authority to investigate and file fair lending lawsuits under the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. These laws prohibit lenders from discriminating against customers on the basis of certain protected characteristics like race, religion, age, sex, and others. Today, we are committing ourselves to addressing modern-day redlining by making far more robust use of our fair lending authorities. Through the Justice Department's Combating Redlining Initiative, the Civil Rights Division will partner with the U.S. Attorney's offices. They will mobilize resources focused on making fair access to credit a reality in underserved neighborhoods across our country. The initiative represents the department's most aggressive and coordinated effort to address redlining. It will seek to address fair lending concerns on a broader geographic scale than the Justice Department has ever done before. The initiative will draw on and strengthen the department's existing partnership with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and with financial regulatory agencies like the OCC. Our work will be informed by strong outreach to consumer advocates, industry stakeholders, state attorneys general, and other agencies. Together, we will proactively seek to determine if lending institutions are engaged in redlining, and when fair lending violations are discovered, the Justice Department will act. We are wasting no time getting to work. The Civil Rights Division currently has several open redlining investigations, and through partnerships with U.S. attorneys' offices, the department expects to open more in the months ahead. And our efforts are already producing results. Today, we are pleased to announce our first settlement under the initiative and our second settlement in less than 2 months. The Civil Rights Division, working with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Tennessee, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, has reached a settlement with Trustmark National Bank. The agreement resolves allegations that Trustmark engaged in lending discrimination by redlining predominantly Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Memphis, Tennessee. We commend Trustmark for its cooperation in swiftly resolving this matter. Through this settlement, Trustmark has shown an interest in remedying past practices and in promoting equal access to credit. We recognize that our initiative alone will not erase the full legacy of discrimination, but we will spare no resource to ensure that federal fair lending laws are vigorously enforced and that financial institutions provide equal opportunity for every American to obtain credit. To that end, you can expect more cases like the one we are announcing today. I will now turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Clark to provide more information about the settlement with Trustmark.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. I am proud to be here today with you, Director Wilkinson, Director Chopra, and Acting Comptroller Hsu, to announce this unprecedented enforcement effort to combat redlining, one of the most long-standing and pernicious forms of lending discrimination. Redlining is alive and well, and it has had a lasting negative impact. For American families, home ownership remains the principal means of building wealth. Deprivation of investment in and denial of access to mortgage lending services has contributed to families of color persistently lagging behind in home ownership rates and net worth compared to white families. The extent of the disparities is staggering. The median family wealth of a Black family is $24,100 compared to $188,200 for a white family. That is about 7.5 times less. As the Attorney General said, the home ownership gap between white and Black families is larger today than it was in 1960, before the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Ending redlining is a critical step in closing the widening gaps in wealth between communities of color and others. We have a duty to act now. Persisting racial inequality and widening wealth gaps makes clear that simply staying the course is not enough. We must take bold, new action if we are ever to eradicate redlining in our country and achieve the goal of equal opportunity. That is why we are launching the Combating Redlining Initiative now. The department analyzes several factors to determine whether a lender has engaged in redlining. We conduct statistical analysis on loan data and compare the lender's rate of applications and loans in minority neighborhoods to the lending of, quote, peer banks that are similar in terms of loan volume and profile. We also consider other factors, such as service areas that carve out communities of color, avoidance of minority neighborhoods when deciding where to place branches, and marketing efforts that largely avoid communities of color. We know that most lenders want to do the right thing and have taken efforts to expand credit to all communities. We commend those efforts, but if a financial institution is engaged in redlining, we will marshal our resources to root out the discrimination and stop it. U.S. attorneys' offices will act as force multipliers on this initiative, and we're pleased about the enthusiasm and commitment so many U.S. attorney districts have demonstrated in the course of developing this initiative. Their participation will ensure that fair lending enforcement is informed by local expertise on housing markets and the credit needs of local communities of color. Their understanding of demographic shifts and relationships with community groups have proven quite valuable in previous redlining investigations. Our partnership will allow us to analyze lending patterns by all types of lenders of all sizes, including non-depository institutions and credit unions. Our commitment to combating redlining is evident in the settlement against Trustmark. The resolution we achieved jointly with the Bureau resolved the government's allegation that Trustmark engaged in lending discrimination by redlining predominantly Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Memphis, Tennessee. The bank is working now to improve its fair lending compliance and has demonstrated a commitment to the terms and goals of this settlement. Under the proposed consent order that we will be filing today, Trustmark will invest $3.85 million in a loan subsidy fund to increase credit opportunities for residents of predominantly Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in the Memphis area. Loan subsidy funds help level the playing field so that every qualified applicant has an equal opportunity to obtain credit. They will dedicate mortgage loan officers or community lending specialists to these neighborhoods and open a loan production office in a majority Black and Hispanic neighborhood in Memphis. Trustmark will devote $400,000 to develop partnerships that provide residents of majority Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Memphis with services to help increase their access to residential mortgage credit. It will devote at least $200,000 per year to advertising, outreach, consumer financial education, and credit repair initiatives in and around Memphis. The department opened its investigation after one of Trustmark's regulators, the OCC, referred the matter. This settlement is the culmination of joint enforcement by the department and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I want to thank our partners for their work in securing this important resolution. Ensuring that lenders comply with fair lending laws is not just good law enforcement. The relief awarded in these cases expands financial opportunities for historically underserved residents in communities of color, and also improves lenders' compliance management systems, expanding their lending opportunities and often leading to increased profits for the banks. This is a win for residents in redlined areas and for financial institutions. The Justice Department, working with our partners, is proud to launch this effort. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys and U.S. Attorneys' offices from around the country are pleased to support this important initiative. U.S. Attorneys' offices play a critical role in protecting and promoting civil rights in their districts. Those efforts often involve close coordination with the Civil Rights Division. We are glad that such collaboration will be at the center of the Justice Department's increased efforts to combat redlining. Assistant U.S. attorneys will provide critically important perspectives to this broad national initiative. They not only know the local legal practices where cases will be filed, they also know the local neighborhoods that lenders might redline, and they have developed relationships with local groups that may have insights into the credit market in their districts. Most importantly, the relief the department obtains in redlining cases will have a significant impact on the communities our U.S. attorneys' offices serve. The recent settlement filed against Cadence Bank in the Northern District of Georgia and the settlement announced today in the Western District of Tennessee are just the beginning. Assistant U.S. attorneys have played a role in a number of the department's past fair lending investigations, and I'm proud that there are AUSAs across the nation who stand ready to join the Civil Rights Division in this broad effort to ensure equal access to credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and for all of you who are here. You know, it's been just around a decade since our economy crashed and destroyed trillions of dollars of wealth, and it was disproportionately those costs borne by communities of color. Out of the ashes was the creation of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and one of the key priorities of the Bureau is to ensure fair lending and equal opportunity in our markets. You know, owning a home or a small business has long been a vehicle for creating wealth and neighborhood stability in our country. And many of our nation's policies of the past, like redlining, led to the exclusion of too many families and too many neighborhoods to have those opportunities. The impact of those policies continue to affect us today. You know, one 2018 study found the median value of a home in redlined areas is $276,000. That's $50,000 less than the $325,000 median value of homes in the surrounding areas. This gap demonstrates how the practice outlawed over 50 years ago has had a lasting impact on neighborhoods, on families, and the ability of the people who live there to achieve their dreams. Disparate homeownership rates are a major cause of wealth disparity in our country, as the Attorney General said. The difference in homeownership rates is unacceptable, and we must do something to combat it. In terms of how this plays out, the median wealth of a black family, as the Assistant Attorney General mentioned, is roughly $24,000 compared to $188,000 for white families. If we allow racist and discriminatory policies to persist, we will not live up to our country's ideals. We need a fair housing market that is free from the old forms of redlining, as well as the new digital and algorithmic redlining. Today's action against Trustmark involved a form of redlining that, frankly, we've seen for decades. It's unacceptable, and a lender should not be able to discriminate against or discourage prospective applicants from seeking credit based on the neighborhood that they're from. The people of Memphis deserve better, and the people of our country deserve better. The CFPB will continue to do its part to end this form of redlining with our partners, but it is an endemic problem that requires all hands on deck, with enforcement from across the federal government, as you're seeing today, as well as our state, local, and tribal partners. Trustmark's conduct was egregious, but at the CFPB, we will also be closely watching for digital redlining, disguised through so-called neutral algorithms, but may in fact reinforce the biases that have long existed. You know, technology companies and financial institutions are amassing massive amounts of data on each and every one of us and using it to make more and more decisions about our lives, including loan advertising and underwriting. And while machines crunching numbers might seem capable of taking human bias out of the equation, that is not necessarily what is happening. Findings from academic studies and news reporting suggest serious questions about algorithmic bias. For example, a statistical analysis of 2 million mortgage applications found that black families were 80% more likely to be denied when compared to white families with similar financial and credit backgrounds. The response of mortgage companies has been that Researchers simply do not have all the data that feeds into the algorithms or the full knowledge of the algorithms. But their defense illuminates the problem. These algorithms are black boxes behind brick walls. When families and regulators do not know how decisions are made by these algorithms, we are unable to participate in a fair and competitive market free from illegal bias. Algorithms can help remove bias, but black box underwriting decisions are not necessarily creating a more level playing field and may actually be exacerbating the biases that feed into them. Given what we have seen in so many contexts, the speed in which banks and lenders are turning lending and advertising decisions over to these algorithms is concerning to me. Too many families were victimized in this country by robo-signing scandals from the last crisis, and we will not allow robo-discrimination to proliferate in a new crisis. We should never assume that algorithms will be free of bias, and if we want to move toward a society where each of us have equal opportunities, we need to investigate whether discriminatory black box models are undermining that goal, and we cannot have a new form of digital redlining. I'm so happy that the CFPB will contribute to all of these efforts in our all-of-government approach to rooting out all forms of redlining, including algorithmic ones. It's so good to be here, and I'm just so looking forward to all the work we're going to do together. Thank you.
It is an honor to be here today and to share this stage with our great partners at DOJ and the CFPB. As the regulator of our nation's largest banks and of community and mid-sized banks all across our great country, one of my highest priorities as acting comptroller of the currency is to ensure the banks we regulate provide fair and equitable access to credit to everyone. Fair access to credit builds wealth. When those doors are shut or simply made harder to open or pass through, minority and underrepresented groups can be left behind for generations. This inequality gap, this discrimination must end. The OCC has had a long history of strong partnership with the DOJ's Housing and Civil Enforcement section of the Civil Rights Division, referring potential fair lending violations and sharing our extensive examiner, economist, and legal findings, as we did in the Trustmark matter. Today's announcement is important because it signifies the unified and unmitigated focus that each of our agencies has placed on the enforcement of the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Our collective efforts are critical to addressing the discriminatory lending practices that create and reinforce racial inequity in the financial system. One last point as to why this all-hands-on-deck approach is so crucial. Anyone who works in the field of fair lending knows that modern-day redlining is not always about drawing red lines on a map. It is more often involves a bank simply creating barriers that limit lending services to certain groups or communities. This modern redlining, while equally pernicious, is often more subtle, harder to detect, and resource-intensive to find. It takes each of us marshaling all of our forces and resources to root it out and stop it. That is why I am proud to be part of DOJ's Combating Redlining Initiative announcement today, as it signals our continued efforts to remain strong partners in the fight against inequality in financial services.
So I just want to end by giving our thanks to our agency partners, giving our thanks to our intra-agency partners, and giving enormous thanks to those of you in this audience who are going to do the very hard work of ending this pernicious practice. And to everyone else, and to all of you, I hope you have a good afternoon. Thanks very much for coming.
That was Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking out about affordable housing and equal rights for housing. As we know, the market is higher than ever before, and this will be a continuing conversation as we move forward with the latest on the Build Back Better plan and other social spending agendas to hopefully change things and infrastructure and all of the above, and we'll be tracking all of that throughout the rest of the evening here live. Look from Capitol Hill. We're going to continue on some of this business news and consumer news when we come back. The latest on gas prices, no relief in sight, what experts have to say, plus a Christmas tree shortage ahead of the holidays. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go into some consumer stories for you. As we know, gas prices are on the rise, and according to Fox's Caroline Shively, there's not really any relief in sight. Here's the latest.
If there's one word to describe gas prices right now, it would probably be ouch. AAA estimated that the national average for a regular gallon of gas was $3.38 on Friday. President Biden admits that he doesn't have a near-term answer to lower it.
I could go in the petroleum reserve and take out and probably reduce the price of gas maybe 18 cents or so a gallon. It's still going to be above $3.
A Fox News poll finds that 84% of Americans say rising gas prices are a problem for their family. 94% think it's a problem for the country's economy.
I used to be able to spend a 20 and fill up my tank, but now it's probably around 30, 35 to fill it up.
I just sold my Tesla and switched to a hybrid car. Yeah, the introduction back into the gas world has been a little surprising, but you know, we're managing.
More bad news, it could get worse this winter.
The higher natural gas prices are also going to eat into their budget because natural gas is going to be used for home heating.
Some Republicans believe it has national security implications.
It's empowering our adversaries. Sure. And this is a purely homemade problem from the Biden administration's self-imposed unilateral disarmament on American energy independence.
One good spot of news for consumers, the president has ruled out raising the federal gas tax to pay for infrastructure. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And we all know that there's supply chain issues and shortages on so many different fronts. One of those shortages being Christmas trees just ahead of the holidays. Here's information on that.
Christmas is a little more than 2 months away, and experts are already sounding the alarm bells about a shortage of everything from toys to trees.
Everybody's really feeling the pinch, and so because of the very high demand,
and the constrained supply, we believe that this Christmas is going to be very tight from a Christmas tree perspective.
Chris Butler is the CEO of the National Tree Company, one of the largest artificial tree manufacturers in North America.
What about the cost of Christmas trees this year and decor because of the supply chain issues?
Yeah, that's right. So, normally in a given year, we pay between $2,000 and $3,000 for a container. This year, we've been paying up to $20,000, maybe in some instances even more, $20,000 plus per container. So again, we've had to pass some of those cost increases on to our retailers and ultimately to the consumer.
Experts say the major spike in cargo container prices could end up costing the consumer an extra 20 to 25% this year.
So if you're paying, $300 for a Christmas tree last year, you'll be paying about $350 or so this coming year.
If you're in the market for the real thing, the Sunshine State can deliver something a little less traditional.
We grow the red cedars and Choctawhatchee sand pine.
Jody Utzman and her husband Tom own Santa's Tree Farm in Eustis, where they grow 17 acres of Florida Christmas trees.
We grow our own trees, so we always have enough trees for our customers as long as customers are willing to get a Florida-grown Christmas tree.
They also bring in truckloads of trees from up north, but they were limited in the size and variety they could get this year.
So there are plenty of Christmas trees out there as long as customers are willing to maybe take a shorter tree than they're used to or take a different variety of tree.
Regardless of whether you buy real or artificial, the message is the same.
Get your tree early if you can and be flexible.
Buy now. Don't wait.
Andrea Jackson, Fox 35 News.
And moving into some COVID-19 news, we have the latest on vaccines, boosters, and vaccines for children, what that's going to be looking like moving forward. Here's Jonathan Seri with more.
Younger children could soon line up to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Pfizer announcing kid-sized doses of its formula are more than 90% effective in children 5 to 11 years old. In a study of about 2,000 children, there were only 3 COVID cases among the group that received the vaccine. An FDA advisory panel will review the data next week. More than 25,000 pediatricians and primary care providers have signed up to distribute the shots.
A pediatrician and a parent and a child, not a government, not a mandate, because this is a sensitive issue and pediatricians are very good at this. So I'm hearing smaller needles. I like that idea.
Meanwhile, the White House says more than 120 million Americans will become eligible for COVID boosters in the coming months. Yesterday, the CDC approved boosters for adults who got Johnson & Johnson's vaccine and a select group of Moderna recipients. Booster-eligible people now have the option to get a new dose of any approved vaccine, regardless of the one they initially received.
Vaccine matching has been shown to have a more robust immune response and a richer immune response.
CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says the definition of fully vaccinated may eventually change to take boosters into account.
Right now, we don't have booster eligibility for all people currently. So we are going to, we have not yet changed the definition of fully vaccinated. We will continue to look at this.
CDC data show about 64 million vaccine eligible Americans still have not gotten their first COVID shot. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And there's still questions surrounding the COVID-19 virus itself. We know that it mutated into the Delta variant and other variants have presented themselves. We spoke with experts on this. Fox 26 in Houston brought on some of the experts to talk about future mutations when it comes to the virus itself.
A new infectious strain of the coronavirus is spreading through the United Kingdom.
Here we go again. This time, AY42 is being closely monitored, but does it really matter how many mutations there are? Well, let's bring in an expert to discuss that. Dr. Linda Yancey, an infectious disease expert at Memorial Hermann, joins us live. Good morning to you. We're thankful to have you to answer these questions because it gets stressful when we hear stuff like this. Talk about these virus mutations. Is this one of concern to you?
So good morning. The bottom line is it is too soon to tell at this point. This is a new mutation that's being monitored closely, but it's not yet a variant of concern from the World Health Organization.
And Dr. Yancey, how well will the vaccines protect against all the mutations? Is that something that we just still do not have enough data on yet?
So that has been a concern from the very beginning, and we have been incredibly lucky in that so far the virus has not been able to mutate its way around the vaccines. So far, all of the vaccines are still very effective against all these new mutations.
That is a relief to hear. It's confusing a lot of times to figure out what goes on with these viruses. Can you easily walk us through, because you do such a good job of painting a picture for us, of what happens with these mutations? Why does it happen, and what goes on?
So all organisms change over time down through the generations. Think about breeds of dogs. It took a few generations to come up with the Chihuahua. The virus just mutates very rapidly. Instead of a life cycle of 25 years for humans or 5 years for a dog, it replicates in a matter of an hour. And so you have thousands and thousands of generations of the virus, and it changes over time.
And Doctor, let's talk a little bit about the Pfizer data that we just gave out to people, showing that Pfizer's vaccine is safe and effective, even with that smaller kids dose for ages 5 to 11. That has to be encouraging to you. Doctors did say that the study was not big enough to detect any of the rare conditions like a heart condition or that kind of side effect. How concerned are you that there could be rare side effects that we just have not uncovered yet because maybe the trial was not large enough?
So there are always rare side effects that come out after any kind of drug is released, things that happen 1 in a million times, 1 in 10 million times, and we will be monitoring for those. But everything that we know of from this pediatric study suggests that the the vaccine acts in children the way it acts in adults, so we're not looking for any big surprises after it comes to market.
All right, Dr. Linda Yancey with Memorial Hermann, thank you again for your time and for walking us through all of this.
Thank you for having me.
So again, that was Fox 26 in Houston. They mentioned a little bit about COVID-19 in kids. Staying with kids, we know the mental health in children has really been hurt during the pandemic. Fox 5 in D.C. dives a little bit deeper into what parents should be paying attention to right now.
Guys, this is scary stuff, in part because of who is sounding the alarm. We're talking about organizations representing thousands of doctors and hundreds of hospitals. 3 influential groups with one dire warning, noting that childhood mental health concerns were already on the rise.
But over the course of the pandemic, it's become much worse. And it really has reached a point where we feel like something different needs to be done.
So collectively, they've declared a national emergency in children's mental health, citing an increase in ER visits for mental health emergencies, an increase in suspected suicide attempts, and data showing that more than 140,000 kids have experienced the death of a primary or secondary caregiver during the pandemic.
This wasn't a decision we took lightly.
Experts like American Academy of Pediatrics President Dr. Lee Beers are urging action, including an increase in federal funding, improved access to telemedicine, supporting effective models of school-based mental health care, and a whole lot more.
Now with the decrease in services because of the pandemic, but also the increase in need, those two things combined have really taken us to a crisis situation where there are children who really need help and support, but they can't get it because the services just aren't available.
Wednesday, parents told us more help sounds good to them.
I think we need a lot more attention to kids' mental health, especially with the strictures of the pandemic.
We've posted more information about this mental health emergency on fox5dc.com. Guys.
And we're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are talking all of the recalls from this week. Fox 13 in Tampa is going to break it all down for you. And then also, you might be binging Squid Game this weekend. I feel like we're saying that every single weekend, but it's one of the top trending shows on Netflix right now. And we're going to go back out to a segment from one of our affiliates speaking with a TikToker about the show. We'll see you back here in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa as they do their recall roundup, all of the recalls from companies this week. They'll break it all down for you here.
From cars to onions, time now to review the recalls that need to be on your radar this week. Our consumer reporter Subhani Banerjee has your recall roundup, starting with the recall from Volvo.
Yeah, this is one that has been around but is now expanding. The company is now recalling another 195,000 vehicles in the U.S. because of a defective airbag. This recall affects V70 and XC70 wagons built between 2000 and 2007. Volvo says these vehicles have a faulty airbag that could explode and send shrapnel into the car. The defect is to blame for at least one death here in the United States, and the recall now applies to a total of 500,000 vehicles.
So also time to check your cupboard because there are a bunch of food recalls this week.
Yeah, let's start with the big one for onions. The problem, salmonella. A salmonella outbreak has been linked to onions, and the CDC says they were imported from Mexico. Red, white, and yellow onions, all of them could be contaminated. Right now, investigators are still trying to figure out whether the suppliers or the food itself is to blame. So either way, doesn't matter if you have these onions, throw them out. And also remember to wash any surface that they touched. A consumer alert as well about pork rinds being recalled. The products are made by Evans Food Group, and they're sold under several brand names, including Max and 7 Select. The USDA says the pork used to make them was not re-inspected when imported. No report so far of anyone getting sick, but officials say to throw them out or return them if you have any. And then on to this. The FDA has issued recalls for thousands of soup sleeves of chowder because they might contain hard plastic pieces.
Ooh.
The product is Ivar's Kettle Classic Clam Chowder with uncured bacon, and it was sold in more than a dozen states. The soup was sold at Costco, so if you shop there, you have it. You don't want to eat this. No injuries or illnesses have been reported so far, but you can either toss it or return the product to the store for a full refund.
A lot of good information. Thanks, Rabani.
So before the commercial break, we were talking about shortages across the country, Christmas tree shortages and just gifts ahead of the holidays. We're also hearing that there's a glass bottle shortage, which is not good news for all of the wine drinkers out there. Here's Fox 5 in D.C. with details.
Another shortage stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic could have an impact on wine country and distilleries across the DMV, but it's not because of a lack of alcohol. Many dealing with a national glass bottle shortage that has left many of them being creative when it comes to their product as the holidays quickly approach.
Doug Fabioli has spent nearly 2 decades in Loudoun County as a winemaker, but a lack of bottles nationwide could put his supply at risk.
My next bottling is in December. I've got commitment that it will be good, but I'm concerned about my next one in February and whether we'll be able to get the glass.
His bottle supplier says she's had challenges filling orders, and economists say it's much of the same as the shortage is linked to backups in the supply chain.
This glass bottle shortage is sort of the latest iteration of supply chain issues we've seen throughout the pandemic. It's sort of a critical piece. But it shows you that even if the product is plentiful, even if they have plenty of wine to go around, something like the glass bottles could really just cause a big disaster for everyone.
Fabioli says because he runs a smaller winery, they do have the ability to pivot more and make changes.
We may look at other ways to put a bottle or put wine to the customer, whether it be on tap. We have pouches that we use, but the tradition of a bottle is something that people really enjoy. We want to make sure they can continue to have that product.
But as we approach the holidays, one question top of mind: will we see the panic buying the pandemic is known to bring on?
I don't think a wine shortage, but we certainly run into needing parts. The big thing is that the customers may be affected is I can't bottle that wine and can't offer it if that bottle is not available.
You could be looking at as some pretty disappointed wine lovers going into the holidays, again, when they're meeting with their family and they want to bring in a special bottle of something to whatever party they're going to.
Now, this shortage could eventually lead to that wine being aged in the barrels for too long, which could, of course, potentially affect the taste of the wine and then ruin the product. But Fabioli tells me that's not the case for any of his current supply. However, come December or February, when he does have to bottle more barrels, that could be a different story. But for right now, this one's pretty good. Back to you guys.
Again, that was Fox 5 DC right there. Going out to a new TikTok trend that has really picked up from Netflix's Squid Game. Here's Fox 26 in Houston with more.
Squid Game has inspired TikTokers to try and replicate the show's honeycomb candy.
The hashtag Dalgona Candy has nearly 1 billion views on TikTok. The South Korean treat has just 2 ingredients. Well, sure, it seems easy enough to make at home, or is it?
So social media users have been posting video after video of their Dalgona fails. So we decided to bring in the big gun to help us out. Kevin Lee, or Chef Boy Lee on TikTok, is live with us. Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
Good, thank you. So all we need is sugar and baking soda. Walk us through the steps.
That is correct. So pretty much you're taking some sugar and you're cooking it down, making it to like a caramel, and then you add just a pinch of baking soda, and then you mix that, which will pretty much change the chemical formulation, whatever, and then it'll just aerate it. And then you pour it onto a parchment paper or a silicone mat, press it, and then you use one of these cookie cutter shapes to make the shape in the middle.
Well, you make it sound so easy. Why so many fails? Is it not getting the sugar to the right heat, perhaps?
I think some people, maybe they'll burn the sugar sometimes, or they'll either not press it correctly. But I think the main problem comes with the texture of the actual Dalgona that people are messing up with.
I see. So you want to melt it just until it's like that amber, like light brown color, and then when you add, okay, and then you add the baking soda, and then that sort of makes it be crispy.
Yes. Also, like a lot of people are burning it. You just want to melt it just till it gets the light amber, like you said, and then just a little bit of baking soda, and then you want to mix it to make sure that the color fully incorporates well. So it's like one even color, and then that's when you pour it onto your whatever surface it is that you're using.
Well, we know the show Squid Game is so incredibly, just people are going crazy over this series, and so obviously they've seen this candy on there. They're all about it. But it didn't come from that, right? It's actually a long history in South Korea?
Yeah, so it's been in Korea for a long time. You know, I remember growing up, I would go to Korea and I would see, it's usually like an older gentleman or an older male that would make it and sell it to kids, but they would sell it on the street. It's a game usually the same game where they would break it out, and if you break it out, you would get a free candy, or you would get that for free or another one for free. So it's been in Korea for a very long time.
So it doesn't have the consequences of Squid Game, the severe consequences. It was a happy,
not the same consequences.
A happy, friendly game at one point.
Yeah, it's a
We're
happy
out of time,
friendly.
but I bet it tastes really good. I mean, you gotta like cooked sugar. It doesn't get any sweeter than that, right?
Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
And we now want to go out to some coverage. Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest on Brian Laundrie and the autopsy completed.
Examined further. The medical examiner used dental records yesterday to confirm the remains found in Carlton Preserve were those of Laundrie. And the attorney also had some strong words for the protesters outside the Laundrie home.
This protesting, this witch hunt, this mob-style crucifixion of Chris and Roberta Laundrie, you know, is just wrong. And, you know, enough is enough.
I could care less about that attorney and whatever he feels and thinks about. That family has ignored phone calls. That girl used to live there. How do you do that?
A spokesman for the Northport Police Department says the notebook found near Laundrie's remains is, quote, salvageable. It's not clear what condition it is in exactly, but that area had been underwater for some time. Brian remains the only person of interest in the death of his fiancée, Gabby Patito. Her remains were found in Wyoming in a remote camping area near Teton National Park.
Canines with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office were called down to Northport multiple times over the past month to assist in the search for Brian Laundrie. The Carlton Reserve there is heavily wooded, and we're told that dogs with a variety of specialized skills work the area, including bloodhounds for scent tracking for anyone who's alive, and human remains detection dogs, and they were called in during the final days of the search. As Fox 13's Catherine Hawley reports tonight, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office K-9 unit is one of the largest in the Bay Area.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, buddy! Get him, get him, get him, Chip!
They can track specific scents, do area and building searches, and help apprehend suspects.
The canine unit at the Pasco County Sheriff's Office is vital to the force.
If we put 200 people in jail with the dogs this year, that's 200 cases that can pretty much be solved at the time of the crime, and we don't waste time or resources.
Corporal Jimmy Hall is one of the canine trainers for the department. He says the work these dogs do goes way beyond catching people. The Sheriff's Office has 36 canines specialized in a range of skills.
Really what sets us apart is the diversity in dogs, the jobs the different dogs have.
The largest group are mostly dual purpose, trained for patrol and detecting narcotics, explosives, or arson. Others work to disrupt the flow of illegal drugs in the county. One trio is integrated with the SWAT team and can detect explosives. There are dogs that can find people after a disaster. A few that can track specific scents, old scents, or multiple scents at once. 3 pups work as animal-assisted therapy for the community and the department. And the final group is certified in human remains detection on land and water.
So as long as you can isolate an odor, pull out just that odor you want, you can train a dog to indicate to it.
Training for specific skills can range from 16 weeks up to a full year. And it doesn't stop there. Each canine is trained weekly and generally works until about 8 years old.
If you're training a human remains detection dog, you're going to spend a lot of time hiding that odor in the woods and even burying it.
A lot of that work happens at the department's forensic field, where donated cadavers are exposed to the elements to be studied as they decay. The nearby rubble pile simulates a mass casualty disaster, where dogs are taught to find survivors. Catherine Hawley, Fox 13 News.
And we're told 3 more patrol canines are currently in training and will be joining that unit by March. And that will bring the total dogs at the Sheriff's Office there in Pasco County to 39. On the coronavirus front today, Pfizer announced its COVID-19 vaccine for children is safe and highly effective. Data shared by the company says the shot is 91% effective in preventing the spread of the virus in elementary age school kids. This study comes as U.S. regulators are debating if they should allow children age 5 to 11 to get the vaccine. If it's approved by the Food and Drug Administration, COVID shots for kids could be open as early as next month. And we learned today about the deaths of 2 first responders to COVID-19. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue says 55-year-old Giovanni Ciancio passed away from complications related to the virus. They say he caught it in July. Ciancio was assigned to Station 15 in Palm River and had been with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue more than 19 years after immigrating from Italy in his 20s. And the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office says Patrol Deputy Joshua Welch has died from coronavirus. He joined the force in 1999 as a corrections officer before becoming law enforcement certified. He had served with the Venice Police Department from 2001 to 2007 before rejoining the ranks of the Sheriff's Office later in 2007.
A Pasco County community will be remembering a teacher they lost to COVID this weekend, celebrating her life and legacy with things she loved most: pumpkins, hay rides, and time spent together. As Fox 13's Haley Hines reports, they also hope to raise money to keep local students learning.
Renee Dermott adored this time of year.
Pumpkin patch is fall and Halloween.
The warm feelings, the togetherness, she lived for it.
She just adored being happy and laughing, and it was really not the big things for her, it was the small things.
So when people visit Gigi's pumpkin patch, Gigi is what her grandkids called her, there could be no better way to honor her life.
This would blow her away. Pumpkins in her honor, I could only imagine her face right now.
The Seven Springs middle school teacher died of cardiac arrest last year after testing positive for COVID-19. From the start of the pandemic, school workers like Dermott have been on the front lines, determined to keep kids learning. According to the Florida Education Association, since July of this year, we've lost 103 active educators to COVID. That includes teachers, bus drivers, coaches, and custodians.
She didn't care who she was talking to, the janitor at the school or the principal at the school. She loved everybody just the same.
To keep Renee's legacy of learning going, last fall her family held a small community pumpkin patch. The $1,500 raised went to local teachers and started a scholarship fund.
With the kids, it always came back to kids.
This year they hope to give back twice as much. The patch is set up this weekend at St. George Greek Orthodox Church in Newport Richey. With pumpkins for sale, a tractor ride, maze, face painting, and games.
Nice to be able to give a little bit back and be able to remember Renee.
More than a year later, Renee is still teaching us what's really important. After all, a teacher's work is never done.
She was only 51. Don't take these moments for granted. Make memories and support one another. Like that's what I hope that they take from this, being happy.
In Newport Richey, Haley Hines, Fox 13 News.
If you'd like to visit that pumpkin patch, the festival runs from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. both Saturday and Sunday. It's at 9426 Little Road in Newport Richey.
So again, that was Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest on the Gabby Patito case. As we know, the autopsy coming out and saying that there was no cause of death. There was no timeline that they could pull from the remains that were found at the Carlton Reserve. You know, we'll be keeping our eyes on this as we move forward in this case, though. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are talking about the latest on the Alec Baldwin movie set, a movie shoot that turned into a shooting investigation. We brought on a firearms expert to understand how a prop gun could have fired and shot someone, killing one person and injuring another. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
So we are going to go triple wide right here and bring in my colleague, Daytona Everett, as well as our guest here this evening, David Katz, internationally recognized security and investigative expert and the founder, president, and CEO of Global Security Group. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Happy to be here.
All right. So really the first question that we would just like to know here is this a really a shocking development for you would think as for a film crew, you would think that they would have maybe more experts, you know, on standby, but maybe is that just not the case?
Well, you know, I mean, obviously the vast majority of films, and there are a legion involved in the use of firearms, are done safely. I don't know what happened. I can't say. I only can go off media reports, but apparently somehow the prop gun in this case was an actual weapon capable of accepting live rounds and dummy rounds, because if you have a live weapon, you can always fire a dummy in that. So they have weapons that will only accept dummy rounds. I'm not sure in this case what type of weapon it was, but apparently, and it's inexplicably, someone put live rounds in a weapon that's going to be used in the actor's hands.
Yeah, David, hey, Daytona here with Live Now. What are the safety protocols surrounding a movie set? You know, do they have people on standby who are checking these guns? You know, do they have experts there who understand what happens if they malfunction? I think that's the main question in this investigation, which is active at this time. Sure. What are the safety protocols?
That's an excellent question. And you know, I've done consulting work on films. I've done training for actors and stunt people, you know, in how to use firearms in a proficient and professional manner. On set, they typically have a master armorer who is in charge of distributing and maintaining and checking the safety of any prop guns being used. Now, I can tell you from, you know, I was a DEA agent. When we would use blanks sometimes in training exercises. We would use marking ammunition, which they're like paintballs, but they're a lot more high velocity. And when we would use those weapons, we would make sure we'd have multiple individuals making sure no live ammunition was anywhere near the training site. And then every single round, everyone was searched. You don't have a weapon on you. You don't have live ammunition on you. And then as you loaded the ammunition, you would verify every single round was in fact either a training round or a dummy round. You know, in this case, apparently those protocols were not even being implemented.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to go through safeguards in this with Alec Baldwin, who clearly was the one who fired the shots? You know, how many times has he gone through this, and he's been in the industry for a while? Would they usually test this out before he starts firing off the weapon?
No, I don't think so. I think you know, commonly when you're handed a prop gun, you can assume, because of the usual layers of protection and safety that are being implemented, that you're actually holding a weapon that is incapable of harming someone. You know, basically, in a blank has a case, it has a primer, it has the propellant. There's actually gunpowder in it. What it lacks, or what it's supposed to lack, is a projectile. Now, there's like wadding, either paper or some sort of plastic that contains the powder to allow compression to occur, which will make the bang and cycle the weapon. And that you know, wadding will be expelled during the firing process. However, in this case, someone and by the way, those rounds look dramatically different. I mean, you can see at first glance, live round, dummy round, very, very easy to tell. Somebody either just took a pistol that was loaded with live ammo. Why that was on set is unknown to me, or there was a bunch of what they believe to be dummy rounds or blanks, and somehow a live round got in there, and when they loaded it, no one verified the fact that these are rounds without a projectile. So we don't know enough yet, but there usually are procedures in place where the actor can just take the weapon and use it without having to, you know, open this. I think it was a wheel gun. Open the cylinder and visually check. That's usually done and done in multiple layers of supervision.
Now, should there have been like a practice session right before they were going to do this, or is this pretty common where someone is just an actor is handed the prop and it's ready to go on filming?
You know, that's an excellent question. If you look at someone like Keanu Reeves in the John Wick series, I'm a fan, by the way, you could tell he has spent a lot of time behind a trigger with live weapons, and of course with weapons firing blanks. So he's very proficient. But I've personally seen productions where the first time the actor takes the weapon is, okay, we're gonna film the scene now. Here you go. With no training, no safety brief, nothing at all, which is outrageous. I don't know if you remember, it's actually, I think it was 1984, I looked it up before, a guy named John Hexum. I remember, you know, years ago, he was an up-and-coming actor who killed himself accidentally horsing around with a weapon with a blank that had blanks. Yeah. So blanks themselves are not without danger. So you need a safety briefing just for the blanks. To have a live round in there is just it's mind-boggling how that happened. Right.
And we're just learning now, the new development is that assistant director was the one who ultimately handed it
to Baldwin, but it went through multiple hands before it was given to Baldwin ultimately there. My big question as well, because I think this hasn't really been released yet, there were 2 people shot in this circumstance. It wasn't just Helena, who was the one who was shot in the chest and ultimately died, but also the director, Joel Sousa, he was shot too. Is it possible that multiple rounds would have been fired? Is it possible that the bullet could have gone through both of them? How would that look?
Okay, now again, I'm making a bit of a guess here. I understand this is a Western with Jensen Ackles. By the way, I'm a big Supernatural fan, so I know who that is. If it's a Western, and apparently they were using a 44 caliber pistol, which is an older, it's an old design, single action revolver where you have, before you fire any round, you have to cock the hammer back, revolving the cylinder, and it fires. If that's the case, then it's unlikely that Mr. Baldwin would have been able to fire one, shoot somebody, and not understand that I've just shot somebody. So my guess would be the round probably went through both of them, or could have, there could have been some, I think one round probably did the damage, unless there was some, like, they were fanning it or trying to shoot quickly, and he did it so fast he didn't understand that, my gosh, someone just got hurt.
Yeah.
So, I think it can go either way. My guess would be probably one round, but I can't be sure.
And also, I mean, quite the shot from Baldwin if he can shoot and aim and hit both of them at the same time. That's just hard to believe for me.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, you remember, he's not aiming at them. He's just, he depending on the shot, he just be pointing in the direction. Now, they could be taking a shot, filming directly at him, which would be fine if you have an inert weapon. So you're filming directly at somebody. They're looking at you. Bang, the gun goes off. It's not a feat of marksmanship on his part. It's the fact that a real round left the chamber of that weapon and unfortunately hit individuals right in front of the line of fire.
Got it.
How do you think this will change Hollywood's approach when they are making movies, especially using guns in there? Will there be some added precautions now for every movie in the wake of this?
You could think. We had John Hexum, Brandon Lee. People have been hurt using these prop weapons. And I would say this. There are multiple ways you could reduce the incidence of this type of accident happening. Probably the best idea would be to use only weapons that are dedicated to fire blanks. In other words, there is no possibility a live round can fit in that weapon. So we use weapons like that in training all the time. Only, for example, only a marking cartridge could fit in this type of pistol, not a live round. So I think that might do it. And then, of course, just when we do the training, it's at least 2 people, preferably 3, checking each stage, verify is the weapon a training weapon? Are the rounds being inserted? Are they the correct rounds? Do it again. Check my work, because to err is human, right? Multiple layers of caution are indicated, and that will probably solve the problem. As long as people remember, get the people on the set who can do that.
Right. Yeah, human error was definitely exposed in this situation. Going back to the question before, what type of risk is a cinematographer typically taking in these films that involve prop firearms? Is it usually this high of a risk?
No, absolutely not. Otherwise, you think of the number of films and television shows that involve the use of firearms and the firing of blanks that you see. Turn on TV now, you scroll through, you've got every other station, you see shooting. And if the risk was that high, obviously, there wouldn't be, you wouldn't have people, so willing to get in front of the camera. We're going to get in front of the actor taking those shots. But although it's not common, understand that when you're dealing with anything that uses propellant is potentially a risk. Is potentially dangerous. That's why you have safety personnel, and that's why you follow protocols that are inviolate. You follow those protocols. It's a checklist, and if you do that, you can do it safely. If you don't do that, you're running a risk, and here's the result of it.
So I have one last question, Mike, and then I'm sure you have one last one too. moving forward, what should the investigators be looking for when they're analyzing the safety protocol and analyzing who may be messed up? What would you be looking for?
Basically, at this point now, it's their interviews. Whose gun is it? Who loaded it? Who brought it to the set? Who handed it to the assistant director? You want to talk to every one of those people along the chain, and at one point, someone's going to say, well, it was my gun, I was carrying it in a holster, and somehow, I don't know what they're going to find. It could very well be that it was a prop weapon, that someone loaded it, and there was a whole, you can imagine, depending on how these rounds are packaged, if someone just dumps them in a pail, and then you're reaching in and you're loading dummy rounds, how easy it would be for for a live round to get in there quickly or accidentally, and then just loaded, and now you have a weapon that maybe has 5 dummy rounds and the 6th is a live round. That's possible. Or it was a fully loaded weapon brought to the set, it shouldn't have been there, and someone handed a fully loaded functional pistol to Mr. Baldwin.
So it wouldn't feel different or anything if you had blanks versus live rounds?
No, I mean, I've been shooting more than 5 decades now. So when I pick up a pistol, I can feel whether I believe it is loaded or unloaded, or whether they're live rounds or blank rounds. Even so, I'm not going to rely on my just my perception. I'm still going to verify either it's empty or verify what type of rounds are in the weapon. So I don't think there's any way you can expect that Mr. Baldwin would have picked up that pistol and said, "Yep, feels like they're live rounds in here." I'd say that the chances of that being possible is 0.
And so at the end of the day, it seems like right now, obviously the investigation's still in its very, very early stages, but it seems like this is just a huge oversight in the process of getting from wherever the gun was at the set to the hands of an actor. And it seems like now that investigation will just see, okay, what happened from point A to point B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, you certainly have negligence as far as a civil suit, and you may have negligence on as a criminal matter. So right now, if the police are involved, and they are, they're pursuing the criminal investigation, whether it's there'll be charges or not. I have no way of knowing. But if anything possibly good comes out of it, have professionals on the set who are anal with respect to the application of safety rules. Everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes. You make mistakes. But if you have a general set of rules that you never fail to follow, if you do make a mistake, they don't have tragic results.
All right, that was a perfect way to wrap it all up there. David Katz, security expert, thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. Really able to help us break down everything that happened yesterday.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Right, and as we learn more about the investigation and what went wrong, we'll bring that to you as soon as we learn it here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're talking about a show that's premiering tonight on Tubi. You definitely don't want to miss this interview, speaking with all the stars who are premiering on it. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Would you enroll in a paranormal boot camp? It's the premise behind Celebrity Exorcism, a 2-hour special where stars embark on a creepy adventure through haunted locations. In the special, which airs today on Tubi, you're going to see some of these celebrities take that challenge. Our very own Stephanie Weaver spoke with some of the stars in Celebrity Exorcism, again, premiering tonight.
I'm joined by the cast of the 2-hour special on Tubi, Celebrity Exorcism, Jodie Sweetin, Shar Jackson, and Meta World Peace. Thank you for talking with me today.
Thanks for having us.
You know, I am a former local news reporter, so I have always been the one to volunteer for the ghost tours and volunteer for all the crazy things. Which one of you is the enthusiast in the group, and which one of you is more of the skeptic?
So you're Jodie.
Yeah, I was the one that like we'd roll up to like some really creepy spot and like the jail, and I was like, "Ooh, do we get to go inside?" You know, like I was like all in, and everyone was like, "No, that's a step too far." I was like, "Damn." So yeah, I was definitely the enthusiast for sure.
I was the skeptic. I was the wuss, and I was the skeptic.
And Meta, did you hear anything or see anything that maybe changed your mind?
Well, at the point when I wanted to change my mind was at the beginning. When we got in the middle of it, we were all in, right? We were all supportive of each other, and we just was not going to let anybody quit. But I did sense, you know, some beings saying, "Why are you here? You know, this is not a show. This is my home." Like, it felt like at times they didn't want us there. You know, I kind of got that sense. And if you really give a lot of yourself, you know, and to the experience, you're gonna you might connect, you know, experience.
You know what, Meta? I'm a little upset because you didn't tell us that you were getting the "get out" message. We didn't get. You didn't share that with the group.
Yeah, you didn't say anyone. It was like "get out." That's Get out is not.
Yeah, in the jail, I that somebody was saying, "I don't really want you here." I did get that sense in the far corner. When you was going down.
Yeah, that corner was creepy.
Shar, Jodie, did you guys have any weird experiences as well?
Oh man, I had some crazy stuff happen. Like, I'm not even gonna say it was all bad because it wasn't. Something really, really beautiful happened as well. But it was definitely some scary stuff going on. And I mean, I got messages too when we were at the place that Meta's talking about, but I did not get the "get out" message because I would have listened.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a point. I was, you know, like I said, pretty brave and like, oh, let's do it. But there was one point in the house that we were at towards the end that there was something there that did not like anyone being there, for sure. And as brave as I am and as much as I like to push the boundaries, I'm not going to lie, I ran screaming up those stairs in a complete panic, which was both hilarious and terrifying.
and beautiful.
Yeah,
like,
it really was. Yeah.
For me, it was like a proud mama going, "Oh, my baby knows her limits." You know, it was beautiful.
And Jodie, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Full House. I was obsessed with Full House. I've watched every episode. I also watched every episode of Fuller House. I've watched you on Daily Pop, so I'm a huge fan of yours. You spent a lot of your childhood on the Full House stage. What did Full House teach you personally?
I will say what it taught me personally, and I think it really, we taught this through the show too, though, is that family isn't just what you're born into, that family is who you choose and who loves you and who shows up for you. And I learned that not only, you know, with the shows and things that we did on Full House, but really with the people. That is my second family. I love them. I adore them. And I learned, you know, I come from a relatively small family. I don't have brothers and sisters or, you know, a lot of cousins here or anything. So what I learned is that you can choose the family that you want, that supports you and that loves you. And I've been able to carry that out through kind of the rest of my life and have my family and my chosen family be one.
And it feels like you had that bond on this special. Did you feel that way?
Oh, we are definitely stuck with each other forever.
Yes.
110%.
Yeah, we like when the three of us met, when Shar and Matt and I met, it was like we instantly were like, oh, I get you. So it was really fun to like have that instant bond with people that we were going to do something so crazy with.
Now, I was saying it's definitely great to do a show with people you knew you was bonding with, because that was a hell of an experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shar, speaking of another 90s show, Moesha, can you believe 25 years?
That is so bonkers to me. When I hear that, I don't believe it, because I'm only 25, so it's so weird that that's a thing. So weird.
Do you ever like catch up with the cast? Do you plan on any reunions at any point?
All the time. So we did a reunion of maybe about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. We went on the reel together, and that was the first time we were all back together in a really long time. But we speak all the time. Like Jody said, when you work so closely with a group of people for so long, like we shoot, 16-hour days, and we did it for 7 years. Like, this is who you're with. This is your family. And we definitely, you can't just be like, bye and leave that alone. Like, they definitely come with you for the rest of your life. And we keep in touch all the time. I love them so much.
And Meta, you are a mental health advocate, so I want to speak on that for a moment. Earlier today, Simone Biles spoke on her ongoing mental health struggles with gymnastics. Have you experienced that yourself as an athlete?
Yeah, but I think as an athlete, you talk about like sports therapy, because an athlete is all focused on the sport, right? Basketball, boxing, tennis, whatever. So our life that's the center of our life. So when you're talking about like mental health, it's centered around sports therapy. And sports therapy is very vague, because sports therapy can be, how do you focus in the game? How do you think about your family? And then, focus on the game without thinking about your family and different things like that. Or how do you think about a loss? How do you take a loss? Right? Maybe one of your family members passed, or a close one passed away. There's so many different things happening around sports that a lot of people don't really understand. And then, we're only humans. So you have addictions, you have depression, you have anxiety. And when you're taking that into a sport, people just want to see you perform. Whereas now, we brought a lot of attention to it in sports. And now people understand that athletes, although they're getting paid boatloads of money, they're only human.
Is there a piece of advice that you would give?
A piece of advice? I mean, I would say definitely love your sport. And I would also say, if you need any help, reach out. It's worth it to improve yourself.
And is there a piece of advice that you would give to Simone Biles in particular?
I would say really enjoy your life first. That's it. Enjoy your life, whatever that means to you. And then everything else is second. You did everything you can do in the sport. You're a superstar. And now just enjoy your life. If you want to continue to play, play. If not, then don't.
That's great advice. And Jody, you've been in this business for 40 years now. What does success look like to you at this point in your life?
Success at this point to me looks like doing what I love, but also very much to what Meta said, taking care of your mental health. I too am a huge mental health advocate. And I've learned over the years that sometimes pushing yourself beyond what you're capable of that's not necessarily success. That's just burnout. And so for me, success is about really being able to do what I love, but also finding some of that balance, which is hard. I'm not a person that likes balance. I think most of us in the entertainment business or sports world are not. We like extremes. So, it's finding that balance and that thing of like, work life is good, but home and outside life is also priority, because we're more than just what we do. Like Meta said, we're humans. So we are bigger than just what we do for our work.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think finding that balance is how you make 40 years in this industry.
Lastly, what do you hope that viewers get out of this 2-hour special?
I would say, if anything, just maybe a little curiosity, a little open-mindedness. Not everything is as black and white as we were taught that it is. And I think to be able to just kind of sit back and go, what if, is a cool thing. And I hope that they get that.
I mean, I think they're going to see a great friendship and a great bond and a lot of fun in this. It sounds terrifying, and there are definitely moments of that, but it's also, we had a really, really fun time exploring this together and supporting each other. So I think it's, I think somebody will relate to one of us for sure watching it. And I think it's going to be a really fun journey to see how we all did together.
Yeah, I think like you can get together with friends, you can accomplish anything. And it actually opened my mind up to exploring. I don't explore much. You know, I know people that live in New York, they've never been to the Statue of Liberty, or you live in Los Angeles and you've never been to Joshua Tree. Like, how can you do things together and explore different types of things together? That's kind of what I think, could be one of the pieces people take away.
Well, Celebrity Exorcism premieres October 22nd on Tubi. I can't wait to watch it. Thank you all for talking with me today.
Thanks so much.
So everyone, again, premiering on Tubi tonight. Check out Celebrity Exorcism. That was Fox's Stephanie Weaver. You can also catch her this weekend, as she's one of our weekend digital hosts here on Live Now from Fox. A lot more to come after the commercial break. We'll be right back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Thanks for joining us here on your Friday evening. It's just about 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 11 out on the East Coast. We want to follow up on a story out in the Minneapolis area when a police officer has been charged in a police pursuit situation. He was chasing after the car, and then an uninvolved motorist actually got hit in the midst of it. And was, in fact, killed. So we had the very latest from Fox 9's Paul Bloom earlier today. Here's the details on this story. As a police officer has been charged with second-degree manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide for a high-speed chase that ultimately took the life of an uninvolved motorist, 40-year-old. I want to bring in Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who's been tracking this along the way. Paul, what are we learning tonight?
Well, good evening to you, Daytona. We're actually at the scene where this deadly crash occurred back in July. We had a Minneapolis police officer in pursuit of a suspect vehicle. That suspect vehicle got away, but right at this intersection behind me, the officer, going what prosecutors said at the time was 78 miles an hour, slammed into a motorist just trying to come through the intersection. That motorist, 40-year-old Linnell Frazier, was killed. And what I didn't realize until we started reporting on the charges today is Linnell Frazier's family and loved ones each and every evening have been coming here to the scene to memorialize Linnell. They built up a pretty big memorial. We're kind of at a busy Minneapolis North Side gas station, corner store, bus stop. So they built a large memorial for him here. They gather here every night. So this is a place where they're actually celebrating these criminal charges as the Hennepin County Attorney really looks to send a strong message about police engaging in high-speed chases on the city streets.
This is so egregious that we needed to do something, and we did it.
Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman insists the time has come to hold police officers accountable for their actions during what he called dangerous motor vehicle pursuits, including this one July 6th that ended in a violent collision and the death of Linnell Frazier.
They got to do it for good reason. Minor felonies, 12:30 a.m., 90 miles an hour, residential, that's wrong.
Freeman charged Minneapolis police officer Brian Cummings with 2 counts, second-degree manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide, even signing the criminal complaint himself. The county attorney explaining that he is sending a message to cops across the state as well as law enforcement agencies to toughen their pursuit policies.
It seems to me a high-speed chase ought to only be done when it's a serious and violent felony. That's not what the policies say.
According to Freeman's office, Cummings was in pursuit of a stolen Kia and a pair of suspects possibly involved in a couple non-violent fast food store robberies. The chase reaching speeds nearing 100 miles an hour up Lyndale Avenue North. The fleeing vehicle tearing through a red light at the intersection with 41st Avenue first, barely missing Frazier's Jeep, but Officer Cummings slammed into it moments later. Crash analysis put Cummings' speed at the time of impact at 78 miles an hour. Frazier had the green light. The 40-year-old was killed.
That's tragic. That's criminal. That's why we charge.
And I had mentioned that the family gathers here each and every night. In the last 90 minutes or so, I did have a chance to catch up with Linnell Frazier's sister and brother. Here are their thoughts today on learning that Officer Brian Cummings has been charged with manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide in the death of their loved one.
We happy, we happy that we getting some type of result, because it's hard waking up every day and my brother is not here. Right. We used to see him every day. We went from seeing him every day to not seeing him at all. And it's not right.
And you guys have been coming every day?
Every day since
rain, sleep, snow, we're going to be here.
We've been here every day, every single day.
All day, every day.
And do you see today as the first step in justice for your family, for Linnell?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We do.
Yes, yes.
And you were downtown today at the courthouse or jail? And Daytona, before I send it back to you, I do want to add that we did hear from Brian Cummings' attorney late this afternoon. He paints a slightly different picture of the suspect vehicle that Officer Cummings engaged with in that pursuit, saying that was a carjacked vehicle and that the suspects inside, the officer believed, had been involved in basically a crime spree in Minneapolis that night. So he had a much different assessment of who he was pursuing when this tragic, innocent crash happened, killing Linnell Frazier here on July 6th.
Man, Paul, it's amazing to be hearing about this police pursuit happening in the Minneapolis area. Usually when we're covering them here on Live Now, it's coming out of Los Angeles. So what are the protocols? Are they going to be taking a second look on what police officers need to do moving forward when it comes to these pursuits?
Well, it's a great question. You kind of heard it in Mike Freeman's and in my story from the county attorney there. He's very much concerned about policies in general, but in particular here in Minneapolis, this was neighborhood streets. Lyndale Avenue is kind of a busy sort of neighborhood thoroughfare that cuts across North Minneapolis, north-south. So Mike had a lot of concerns about engaging in that kind of pursuit late at night, dark, going through red lights. So he wanted to send this message. But Minneapolis police, you know, you might imagine it has policy, dictates when a police pursuit can engage and when it has to be called off. But in this case, clearly Cummings thought one thing, and now there's a crash and the fallout. I do want to say MPD's policy was updated in 2019 to address these issues. There have been several of them across Minnesota that have made headlines where people are seriously injured or killed. But again, today, Freeman's saying he wants other departments to take a closer look at this because it's not just the officers. A lot of times this is departmental policy that isn't clear, that isn't strong enough, and that everybody's safety has to be taken into account.
Right. Last question for you, Paul. How common are police pursuits in that area? How many times are police officers having to go out and deal with something like this?
Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. We didn't get any numbers specifically. Mike Freeman quoted that there had been 40 deaths related to police pursuits in the state of Minnesota over the last 10 years. So that number was concerning to him. I don't know how often it is. It's certainly, like I said, it's made some headlines. I know agencies have kind of tightened up their policies in the past. Minneapolis just a couple years ago. It's a hard thing to kind of nail down a number specific for you, but clearly this will send a message. You have an active police officer walking into jail today, charged with manslaughter and criminal vehicular homicide. People are certainly going to take note.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, Fox 9's Paul Bloom out there reporting for us. Thank you so much for breaking it down, giving us the reaction from the family.
You bet. Thank you.
And we're going to take one more commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to that full press conference as the officer was charged out in Minneapolis.
Good afternoon. I think you all have had a chance to review the complaint, the press release, and my separate statement about it's time to reform the pursuit policy in this state. And I guess the best thing I can do is take questions.
What led to this charging decision? What makes this case different?
Well, there are really two things that are occurring here. One is we are charging this officer with both criminal vehicular homicide and with manslaughter in the second degree for his culpable and gross negligence in driving a squad car at 90 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood at 12:30 at night and not slowing down adequately at the intersection which he was entering on a red light and killing someone. That's tragic, that's criminal, that's why we charged. The second part for me, and the reason I had a separate statement about the pursuit policy, which I signed, is because I've been very concerned about pursuits in this state for a number of years. The county attorney charges and prosecutes cases. I don't necessarily set the policy of police departments or other entities, but sometimes the policies are so poorly done that I need to get involved. I've tried to informally and behind the scenes get involved to improve the policy, and it simply has not worked. So it is time, in this case, which is as egregious as anyone I've seen, to do something about it, and I have.
In your opinion, what policy change would you make to the pursuit policy? What would you change?
Well, first off, over 50% of the pursuits that are done are merely for traffic violations, and only about 8% are for felonies. It seems to me a high-speed chase ought to only be done when it's a serious and violent felony. That's not what the policies say. Secondly, you know, if you look at some of the cases, recent cases, you have this one, driving through a residential neighborhood, narrow streets at 90+ miles an hour, at night, not knowing what's around the next corner, notified that the crimes that these people allegedly committed were not significantly violent or dangerous, and then driving towards an intersection at close to 100 miles an hour. I mean, the technology shows that he was driving at 68 miles an hour upon impact. Officers are trained, he had his sirens and his lights on, and officers are trained that they can run through red lights, but they've got to approach them at a speed in which they can stop or take evasive action. And they got to do it for good reason. Minor felonies, 12:30 a.m., 90 miles an hour, residential, that's wrong. Now, this is not the only one. As you know, the case when people were being pursued and the car was near Matt's Bar in South Minneapolis and killed 3 people. Or the recent State Patrol case when they were chasing and the car being pursued jumped the curb and went into a park and seriously injured 2 kids and hurt another. Or the individual who slid into a police car on his motorcycle when they were going through an intersection in South Minneapolis. There have been 40 fatalities in Minnesota in the last 10 years. And there's something like 1,400 in this country. We've had lots of discussions about changes in police policy that need to be done. And this is one that, frankly, hasn't gotten the attention it should. But I'm tired of seeing people die because of these policies.
Mike, what message does it send to the police officers? You know the context of, the current crime on the street. This is the summertime. Police sources at the time characterized that suspect and that suspect vehicle a little bit differently, not quite as innocently as your statements and in the court files, that it was involved in several violent robberies. It was a carjacked vehicle. We're asking Minneapolis police to be aggressive, to stop crime, to stop suspects. But here, probably someone in good faith went after a suspect and it ends in tragedy. That's going to add up to the same thing Mohammed Noor was just sentenced on yesterday?
No, you can't begin to compare what Mohammed Noor did with what happened in this case. First off, he was charged and convicted of third-degree homicide for a depraved mind, and that was a proper conviction, and the Supreme Court reversed it only because they said that statute only applies when you're not shooting at a particular victim. What Mohammed Noor did was evidence of a depraved mind. Here, Officer Cummings drove too fast. He was negligent. I didn't charge him with third-degree murder. But the difference here is how you categorize this. We believe these 2 individuals stole the car. Somebody walking outside the Target store grabbed her keys. Didn't knock her down, didn't shoot her, grabbed the keys. They got in the car 2 days later. They jumped into 2 Subway stores, not with a gun, didn't injure anyone, pushed them aside, grabbed money under the till. He was told that it was nonviolent, and he stopped him anyway. But I don't care if it was violent. 90 miles an hour, residential neighborhoods late at night, no, period. I don't care what the felony is. We have better technology today. How about the helicopter? How about the cars, other squad cars are out there? How about reporting in the direction they're going? They're going north on Lyndale Avenue very fast. You don't have to do it this way. This is old-style cop work. I understand they have a difficult job. Prosecutors have a difficult job. We're backed up. You know, sometimes even TV reporters have a difficult job. But this is so egregious that we needed to do something, and we did it.
And then the other question I had is just about your decision to charge it. These past police deaths, right? Winston Smith, Kimberly Potter, Dante Wright, you farmed them out. And my understanding was deadly encounters were going to be farmed out because of potential conflict of interest with Minneapolis police and your office. How come you chose to keep this case in your office?
We kept this case because it was not a shooting case, number one. Number two was that this case was substantially investigated by the State Patrol, which is not the Minneapolis Cup. For example, I didn't make the decision in the Winston Smith case because one of the shooters was a Hennepin County deputy. I represent the Sheriff's Department. I think that's a conflict. We have to decide each of these on their own merits. It's been an awkward and difficult situation to work through. You know, I believe if crimes are committed in Hennepin County, I ought to decide them. But lots of folks felt that I shouldn't, and I respected that. But this case clearly belonged in this office. And in case you noticed, Paul, I signed the complaint myself, which is not something I do very often. Other questions?
Going back to the original suspect who was being chased, was he ever caught, and what is the accountability for him in what happened here?
You're talking about the people who were in the Kia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were never apprehended. They got away. And that's tragic and that's inappropriate. But, you know, I would rather have them gotten away 6 or 8 blocks earlier. I've been much rather not to have Officer Cummings driving it at 90 miles an hour. And I certainly would have rather Officer Cummings not entering this intersection at 80 plus miles an hour and killing someone. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you can't start a pursuit. I'm not saying you can't take steps to try to apprehend people. But you've got to use reasonable conduct. Let me try this. We ask a lot of our police officers, and I appreciate that. Okay, shots are fired, they run towards them, we run away. And we also give them license on certain limited circumstances to use deadly force. We give them authority to drive cars faster than you and I should ever drive them. But that authority is not unlimited. It is the same kind of shooting or driving an automobile, which can be a deadly weapon, that is not appropriate. And I think what we have learned is we need to have rules. We need to have clear-cut rules and make sure that they follow them. Now, I'm sure, as I'm standing here, that there'll be a number of members of the law enforcement community who will vigorously disagree with me. And I just asked them, let's look at the last 40 fatalities in Minnesota. And were they justified? And how do we cut those out? And the best way I know how to cut them out are 2 ways. Number one, have a policy that they must follow, and they must get the training to do that. And secondly, officers got to know if they're as brazen and as negligent as Officer Cummings, at least as long as I'm here, they're going to get charged. I'll take one. You've already had more than your share. Yeah, John.
Yesterday, Sheriff Fletcher told senators at the Capitol that he'd like enhanced penalties for people who flee and break other traffic laws while fleeing, including driving the wrong lane, running through lights and things like that. Is that something you could get behind?
You know, that's interesting, and I'm happy to take a look at it. I don't like people fleeing. I don't like them driving too fast. I think there's a number of penalties we can do. If this car had been driving, and they're the ones that hit Mr. Frazier, a total innocent, driving to his girlfriend's house, for goodness sakes, at 12:30 at night, I would have charged them. But the person that caused the death of Mr. Frazier was Cummings, and that's why I charge him. I'll take 2 more. You guys in the middle got anything?
I was going to ask, how rare is it for you to charge a police officer in a police pursuit? Is this the first time you've ever charged one?
I think so, Reg. I think that this is best I can tell the first time we have ever done this. I'm not looking, it gives me no pleasure to charge a police officer, okay? But police officers, like prosecutors, like judges, like state senators, got to follow the rules. And if the rules are too mushy or the code of standards are too weak, then we got to make them clearer. And we got to make sure the training. And the reason that this is so much difficult for police officers is they've got a tough job. They're dealing with people who may have weapons themselves. They may be dealing with people who are driving too fast. But there are limits about what they can do, and Officer Cummings broke those limits. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mike.
So again, that was the latest from officials on those charges against that Minneapolis police officer during that police pursuit. I want to take you out to a live look of the Capitol right now, which takes us into our next few stories here as we're going to shift focus to Capitol Hill and some lawmakers' effort to end the filibuster. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest.
In a striking reversal, President Biden now wants to alter the filibuster rule. That means Democrats may change the rules of the Senate to pass sweeping voting reforms and more. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what's at stake and what it all means. Craig?
Well, quite a bit if, in fact, this moves in that direction, because changing the filibuster rule could certainly benefit Democrats significantly now and then backfire in a very big way on Democrats later. In turn, the same goes for Republicans. It would work against them in the short term, but if they won the midterms next year, it could then pay off for them in a very big way and then backfire on them. And you get a bit of a cycle. You see which way this is going. In other words, the president is promoting a concept here and some changes that would give whichever party is in power significantly more power. The filibuster rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to get most stuff through the U.S. Senate. And a lot of Democrats favor wiping out that rule so they can pass more of their agenda with a 51-vote majority, 51 including the tie-breaking vote of the vice president. And after first wanting to keep the filibuster with some reforms, and then seeing his agenda stall in the Senate, President Biden now says the filibuster needs to be either nixed or fundamentally changed.
That remains to be seen. Exactly what that means in terms of fundamentally altering it, whether or not we just end the filibuster straight up.
He said he does not want it to end until after they vote on infrastructure and his Build Back Better plan. That's a political calculation because he said ending it for that would cost him at least 3 votes and ensure their defeat. But after those votes, there is a growing chance Democrats may suspend the filibuster to raise the debt limit, to pay expenses Congress already racked up, and to change our voting laws. That would include making national election days federal holidays, requiring at least 2 weeks of early voting in federal races, and uniform voter ID requirements.
You would entertain the notion of doing away with the filibuster on that one issue? Is that correct?
And maybe more.
The case for scrapping the filibuster is that it's not something our framers wrote in the Constitution. In fact, they saw the problems with requiring supermajorities with the failures of the Articles of Confederation. The first filibuster wasn't until 1837, and now that we have it, a small number of senators who represent a fraction of the U.S. population have had the power to stall and kill stuff much of the rest of the nation wants or needs. For example, Strom Thurmond and other segregationists delayed the Civil Rights Acts, which is where President Obama makes his case for getting rid of it.
It's eliminating the filibuster, another Jim Crow relic, in order to secure the God-given rights of every American, then that's what we should do.
But members of both parties have used the filibuster to their advantage when they were in the minority. In fact, since 2009, Democrats have recorded more filibusters than Republicans, using it to stall President Trump's border wall plan and much more of his agenda. And that's where President Trump made the case for getting rid of it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule. We have to.
Funny how things change for both parties when the balance of power tips to one side or the other. Which, of course, takes you to the argument for keeping the filibuster, the old careful what you wish for here, because it gives one party inordinate power in times of passion. And though our founding fathers did not envision the filibuster being used as it is and may not have wanted it in their age. They also intended the Senate to be a deliberative body that kind of cools the temperature from the passions and swift movement of the House. And given the polarized world in which we live, the filibuster, though it may not have been intended by the framers, is in fact serving that purpose, which takes you to a fascinating debate that's about to heat up, I think, in the coming days.
So what are the chances the Senate will suspend or end the filibuster later this year?
It's really hard to say, but certainly are better than they were just a couple of days ago, merely by the president changing his position as he has. Mathematically, you still have 2 Democratic senators in Manchin and Sinema who have not endorsed this at all. That would seem to doom it on the surface, but you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. And so in exchange for concessions on both the infrastructure and the Build Back Better plan from those 2, perhaps for their agreement to temporarily suspend it for this vote or that vote, that certainly remains a possibility. I think we're going to find out soon.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And continuing on what's going on Capitol Hill, they kind of touched it a little bit, the social spending agenda with President Biden under the Biden administration. Fox 13 in Tampa with Craig Patrick breaking it down again.
Big developments in President Biden's $2 trillion social spending plan. It's meant to cover everything from climate change to college tuition and family leave. Democrats say they're closing in on a deal, but it means a lot of those priorities are getting picked apart. Our political editor Craig Patrick's here with a closer look as to what's in and what's out. Craig.
Well, hi there. We've got a lot of changes to work through here. We'll start with the plan to offer free community college. That one did not survive. That one is now out of the mix. But instead of that, the president is countering with plans to boost grants for students in financial need.
So what I think we can get done is we can significantly increase the amount of money by $500 payment for Pell Grants. And Pell Grants are available and they can provide for up to 30% of the cost of community college and or college help tuition. So it's not going to get us there. It's not going to get us the whole thing, but it is a start.
Meanwhile, the proposal to guarantee paid family leave for workers across the nation is still in the plan, but they've scaled it back.
Paid leave. More people will enter the workforce. These steps will enhance our productivity, raising wages without raising prices.
Under current law, companies with 50 or more employees have to offer up to 12 weeks of unpaid family and medical leave. The Democrats' plan would expand it to cover more companies and most workers, and initially made it up to 12 weeks of paid leave instead of unpaid leave, paying workers 2/3 of their wages with a cap of $4,000 a month, and with the government covering those companies' costs. Again, this is still in the plan, but 12 weeks of paid leave has been trimmed back to 4 weeks of paid leave. On the next big proposal, the plan to continue the expanded child tax credits is also still in play, but if it does make the final cut, it would be a temporary extension instead of a long-term deal. And the proposal to have universal pre-K is also still in the mix. But the original climate change proposals have been dismantled. For example, the plan to phase out fossil fuel in our power grid through a combination of bonuses and penalties for using renewable energy is gone. The president's countering with a call for more tax credits for those who use wind and solar power, and plans to tighten regulations on polluters. Now, in doing that, it's possible that the president and Democrats could still get to the same point in making those changes in getting to the emission goals they want to set, moving us away from fossil fuel and cleaner energy sources. However, there are a lot of ifs in that because it's reliant on regulations within the executive branch of government, which one, take a while to engage and enact, and two, if someone else comes along to succeed you, they could certainly roll those regulations back. They wouldn't be set in stone, and we've seen a lot of going back and forth in regulations for many years. So that's why Democrats were hoping to codify some of these changes into law. Instead, the president is going to try to deliver the same results by moving in a different direction that may take them there, but it's also going to come with a lot of challenges and a lot of ifs.
Exactly. What about that plan to expand health benefits for seniors, Medicare?
Well, it's still up in the air. It's not out of the plan as such, but the biggest part of that, allowing Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices for seniors, that one's gone. It doesn't have the votes. It's one vote short, apparently, in the Senate. So that'll be gone, that plan to bring down prescription drug costs for seniors and save the federal government money and not paying out as much to the drug companies. And with that, those savings were supposed to pay for an expansion of other health benefits, vision, dental, etc. for seniors. That is still in the mix, but with the likely nix of the prescription drug plan, it's not clear how they would pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you so much, Craig Patrick.
And speaking of the Biden administration kind of pushing forth support for the Build Back Better agenda, we saw Vice President Kamala Harris out in the Bronx today speaking alongside Governor Hochul. We'll be playing out some of those remarks after this 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We said that Vice President Kamala Harris headed out to New York today, specifically the Bronx. We'll bring up a live look from Radio City, New York City, not necessarily the Bronx, but Governor Hochul, the governor of New York, speaking ahead of her, kind of touting this Build Back Better plan. Here's what she had to say.
Right here in the Bronx. I think that's incredible. And I'm a little partial to people who break glass ceilings myself, so I think that's awesome that she is the first female vice president of the United States of America. Let's give that a round of applause. And we have our fabulous superstar Congressman Jamal Bowman, who you'll be hearing from in a couple minutes. Yes. And our amazing HHS Secretary Javier Becerra, who I served with in Congress. He is a true leader, good friend of ours. Our incredible Attorney General, Letitia James, is here. Oh, she's here. Is she here? Well, she's here in spirit. There we go. And the Senate Majority Leader, and I love saying those words, Andrea Stewart Cousins is in our presence. And as I mentioned, the Speaker of the New York State Assembly, Carl Heastie. And the coolest Lieutenant Governor in America, my very own Brian Benjamin. Great Mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio, has joined us. Thank you, Mayor. And is Ruben Diaz Jr. in the house? Well, he should be. I'm just saying. He did an extraordinary job as a partner of ours for many years. I just want to give him a shout out as well. Let's give him a round of applause. You know, over the last 19 months, this city, more than any place on the planet, was so hard hit by this pandemic. And then you think about not just the city, but what happened in places like the Bronx. Because we don't need to tell anybody that Black and brown communities were the hardest hit in terms of the number of cases, the number of deaths, and our rate of vaccination is not what we want it to be. These are the communities that have suffered the most. And that's why we're so honored to welcome the Vice President of the United States of America here so she can have a conversation about what the Biden-Harris administration has done before and what they're going to do next. That's what this is all about. And I want to say, we know that after 19 months, people are still struggling. This just seems like it won't go away. We thought last summer we were declaring victory. We're going to be back to normal. We're going to get the kids back to school, everybody back to work. But that Delta variant just isn't going away yet. We're making progress. But there's still people whose jobs are not there. People who are worried about whether or not they're going to lose their home. People still don't have child care so they can go back to work. All of our lives have been turned upside down, and it just feels like we're not getting that sense of normal yet. Everybody just craves that, don't we? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build on what the Biden-Harris administration had already done. That American Rescue Plan that they did after we had to endure this pandemic with Donald Trump. Did you feel like we were getting attention and help then? No. The Biden-Harris administration came in 9 months ago and have transformed the delivery of dollars and services so we can have a lifeline. They gave us a lifeline when we needed it the most. Our businesses were drowning, our families were hurting, and they gave us what we needed at the time. But they want to do more, because as long as this virus is still out there, as long as this pandemic is still with us, we are still having a healthcare crisis. And as long as there's still a healthcare crisis, there's still an economic crisis. And if there's still an economic crisis, there's still a family crisis. That's where we are today. And we need them once again. And they have the package to deliver for us. They are ready to do this. They just need everybody in Washington to get with the plan, the Build Back Better plan. Do we want to have that happen? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We want that. We want that money right back here in the state of New York. And I'm ready to spend it. I'm very happy to spend it as your governor. Let's get that money here. It goes out to you, and we start moving on. Right, everybody? All right, let's make that happen. I am so proud to have the support of President Biden and Vice President Harris. They have both spoken to me many times. We have regular calls at the White House. They are so engaged. They want to get this money to you to rebuild the human infrastructure as well, to help people get child care, help people get more vaccinations, help all the communities that are hurting. Let's get more job training as well, because there's a lot of jobs that just may not come back. I will partner with them all day long, any day of the week. And I know you want that as well. So let's support them in their effort to make sure that we have what we need here so we can once and for all declare victory over this pandemic, and let's get back to the new normal, which is going to be better than the old normal. We can do that right here in the Bronx, can't we? We'll make that happen for our people. We will get that done with Biden, Harris. Let's support them. Thank you, everybody.
So a few other officials came up ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris. We are going to kind of fast forward and go into the remarks from the Vice President.
Talking backstage, the congressman and I were talking about how we grew up, and you know, I grew up in the community center. I was a member of the Y. I swam at the Y, and so it is so good to be here. And Secretary Javier Becerra, I want to thank you for being a lifelong public servant and for serving our nation at the Department of Health and Human Services. And I just want to say it is great to be back in New York, Mayor. It's good to see you. And it's good to be in the Bronx. It's good to be in the Bronx. It really is. And with all of these esteemed New York electeds, Speaker Hasty, I see so many friends here, and you know, the elected leaders of New York are certainly elected leaders of this state, but national leaders. You really, the voice of the leaders of this city, of this state, really do carry a voice, not only for the people who live in this state, but for the people of our country. Governor Hochul, where is she? There you are. Hello, Governor. Thank you for welcoming me. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you. And then, of course, the Speaker and Senate Leader Stewart Cousins, where is she? There you are. Thank you. It's good to see you all. And to Congressman Jamal Bowman, thank you for the work that you do that lift up the people of this district and the people of the country. He and I have had many conversations about untreated trauma in our children, and how, when addressed, we can do the work of putting them on the path of achieving their God-given capacity. So, looking out at this crowd, I see America. Looking out at this group of folks, I see, in particular with our young leaders, and I see many of them, the children of America. I see the families of America, and I see the people who have continued to hold it all together through the roller coaster of this pandemic. It has been a lot, and people are tired. But when I look out across this room, and I see so many of our young leaders here, when I look out across this room and across our country, what I also see is determination. I see your resolve. I see you. President Joe Biden and I both see you. And we stand with you. And we are fighting with the leaders here for you each and every day. You know, when we arrived at the White House at the beginning of this year, the President and I knew that working families in our nation were struggling. We knew that during the pandemic, the families that had the least were being harmed the most. That there was not a family in America that did not feel the pinch of this pandemic. That working class families, middle class families who were struggling before were barely holding it together now. And so we set out to deal with these issues, to provide all families with some relief. And it worked. The congressman talked about it. In less than 100 days, thanks in large part to New York's congressional delegation, we passed our American Rescue Plan with $1,400 checks, plus housing assistance, plus child care assistance, plus a larger child tax credit, which is already helping to lift America's children out of poverty. The relief that was contained in the American Rescue Plan put us on a path toward a better future. Today, we have within our grasp an opportunity to finish what we started with the American Rescue Plan. This, right now, is a moment that will not last. It is a particular moment of incredible opportunity and a moment to transform our nation. And part of what your New York leaders and the President and I have been talking about in the halls of Washington, D.C., is let's recognize this moment for what it is. Let's recognize that the pandemic hurt so many people. So many people experienced such great loss of every proportion. But by the way, things weren't so great for a lot of people before the pandemic. But the pandemic highlighted a lot of what is wrong, what was wrong, the fractures and the fissures and the failures for all to see. A lot of those issues which folks in this room have been working on for a long time, but a greater number of people had an opportunity born out of crisis to see that there is work to be done, and this then is a moment to do it. And we can see also that in this moment of transformation, let's think about it. It's a moment where schools and small businesses are opening back up. It's a moment where jobs are being created and our economy is growing. And so in this moment, we have an opportunity to build an economy that works for working families. So let's make it work for working families. And right now, the President and I are working to that end with the United States Congress to pass our Build Back Better agenda. And I'm sure you all have heard about the Build Back Better agenda. In my briefing documents, it usually says BBB. But some have been asking, well, what exactly does that mean? Well, it's about being better on climate. It's about better health. It's about better jobs. And intentionally, it is about our families. This is our agenda. You are right, brother. I know you are. And how about if you and I talk about that? So let me finish.
Why are we working with the Chinese on their Belt and Road Initiative?
Okay, you know what? You and I will talk after I give my comments, and I'm happy to talk with you. But right now, let's talk about the agenda that will include speaking to all people and allowing everybody to be heard, because that's part of what we want in our democracy. Everybody gets their chance to talk, and everybody gets a chance to be heard. So this is our agenda. This is our agenda to cut taxes. The Build Back Better agenda includes our agenda to cut taxes. Because for too long, the burden has been misplaced in a way that it is working families, middle-class families, low-income families, while the rich are not paying their fair share. So this is a moment to cut taxes and lower costs for the working families of our nation. So in the Build Back Better agenda, we are fighting to cut health care costs for working families and for all people. We are fighting to cut energy costs as we combat climate change. And we are fighting to establish universal pre-K and to lower the cost of childcare so that parents can afford to care for their children and to participate in our workforce. How much did we see during this pandemic? How that burden was disproportionately placed on the women in our workforce. So much so that 2 million women left the workforce during the pandemic and are still outside of the workforce. What we saw during the pandemic, and it was highlighted, those individuals who are among what we call the sandwich generation, individuals, men and women, who are parenting their young children while taking care of their elderly parents. And let's be clear about the burden that they carry, born out of love and a sense of duty and responsibility. It is the responsibility of tending to the needs of their children, including what that might involve in terms of homework, in terms of taking care of their basic needs, and while taking care of elderly parents who have a different set of needs. These are the burdens that families are carrying, often without any help. The Build Back Better agenda is saying, let's see folks. Let's see what they're going through. Let us ask, are we really creating and reinforcing a society that is about allowing people to reach their potential? Do we have a society that rewards ambition, the ambition a parent has for their children. This is at its essence what makes, we believe, and it's therefore the spirit of our Build Back Better agenda, what we believe makes for a stronger and a more productive and a better community and country, and a better quality of life for all of the people of our nation. So we are fighting for all of these things. We are fighting to give seniors and people with disabilities more options so that they don't have to move out of their home to get the care they need. We are fighting to expand paid leave so that our nation no longer comes in last among wealthy nations in providing these essential benefits. You know, the president is about to go on a trip, a very important trip, with the G20. I've been meeting with leaders of nations that are our partners and allies, and they look at us and they are asking, is America really fulfilling her potential and her promise? They are asking, can democracies work? Can you care about building a strong economy coexistent with caring about human rights, civil rights, and a perspective that is born out of a sense of humanity and what it requires in terms of holding people up and treating them with dignity? All of these things are at stake right now. All of these things are at stake. So when we do things like fight to extend the child tax credit, yes, it is about our most important asset and resource, which is the children, but it is also about the strength of our nation and our standing in the world. So let's talk for a minute about the child tax credit, because it has a huge impact on the families of our community and our country. The larger child tax credit that the president signed into law back in March is one of the largest ever single tax cuts for families with children. It is also the first time this tax cut has been distributed monthly. Now, this is something I've been working on for a long time, which is the component of the plan that is about monthly payments. Why, some asked, do you need to do that? And the point is really pretty simple. You got to pay your bills every month. So why don't we provide the tax cut every month if it is really designed to help people with their bills and the cost of living? So for 4 months now, the American families that have received this new approach have received a monthly tax cut of up to $300 per child. Parents and grandparents, who are often the primary caregiver for their grandchildren, have used those checks to manage the cost of raising children while continuing to work. Nearly all the families that receive the child tax credit are indeed working, and for other families, the child tax credit is helping them to cover the cost of child care so that they can get back to work. But unless Congress acts, these monthly checks will stop coming after December. You've heard that earlier today. 1 in 3 children would no longer be covered by the full tax credit. And it is a particular note and something that we all care deeply about. That includes half of Black and Hispanic children in America. Needless to say, we cannot let that happen. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And that is why, together with all of the congressional leaders who are here today, we are fighting to pass our Build Back Better agenda. And you've probably seen the news or heard the news about the details of the final bill. The Congressman talked a little bit about the sausage-making process that is. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. We will not allow anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year have their taxes go up. We will not allow that. That is non-negotiable. In fact, this plan cuts taxes for working families. This plan also makes corporations pay their fair share because, and we all know why that's important. It's just simply not right that a nurse or a teacher or a firefighter pays more in taxes than a hedge fund manager. It's just not right. It's just not right. So the bottom line is that this is about what we value as a nation, about who we value. And I want you all to know, the President and I value working families. The President and I both come from working families. The neighborhood I grew up in was a neighborhood of hardworking folks. People who took seriously the importance of their job, who took seriously the importance of caring for their families, who did all that they did with incredible pride. Nurses and teachers and construction workers. Folks who were a part of the community, gave to the community, and lived in a way that was about understanding the dignity of work. My mother worked around the clock as a breast cancer researcher. She would pack lunches early in the morning for me and my sister and see us out to go catch the bus to go to school. And when we came home at night, we would eat dinner together. And then after we went to bed, I would sometimes sneak and just check on her, and she'd be at the kitchen table paying the bills. She never complained. But I know sometimes she was barely holding it together. We have families around our nation who know it won't be easy, but we can't give up. We have families throughout our nation, in this very community included, who would do anything and everything to give their children the opportunities that they rightly deserved. Parents and families who see the capacity of the children, who see their dreams, who look in their eyes and see the twinkle, who nurture their ambitions. Let's support those families. Let's have a system and a society that rewards the hard work that takes. Let's value that in every way we know we have the capacity to do. That's what this is about. And we have a moment right now to actually get this done. The members of the United States Congress, right now in their hands, within reach, have an opportunity to lift up our families and our children, to see and acknowledge with humility what has not been working, and with excitement to do something about it. So I'm here today to ask people to see this moment for what it is and to step up. We can do this. It is the right thing to do. And to the young leaders here, and I see you, and I'm so proud of you, you never let anybody tell you something can't be done. I have a motto. I eat and drink no for breakfast. Don't hear it. most of us in this room heard no, we would not be in this room right now. We know what can be done. So New York, change is possible. Change is possible if we make it happen. And so let's make this happen. Let's get to work. Let's pass our Build Back Better agenda. Let us build an economy that works for working families. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
And again, that was Vice President Kamala Harris out in New York City earlier today. A look from New York City, but we just brought you a look from the Capitol right there, as we'll be tracking all of the latest on Capitol Hill with the Build Back Better agenda. We have many events to show you from throughout the week here on Live Now from Fox, all about the Build Back Better agenda and what's going on at the White House under the Biden administration. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox, as we also are keeping our eyes on the breaking news with that New Mexico movie set, Alec Baldwin shooting and killing one of his own crew members. That's in just a little bit here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Look from the Capitol. It is almost 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 11 o'clock out on the East Coast, actually almost midnight as we go into the weekend here. I'm Daytona Everett, your host, and we want to take you into one of the main stories of the day. I want to pull up this picture that we have of Alec Baldwin from New Mexico. As we know, there was quite the situation out at one of his movie sets called Rust. It was supposed to be a Western movie. Well, we're learning that Alec Baldwin was actually handed a loaded weapon by an assistant director who indicated that it was safe to use in the moments before the actor fatally shot his own cinematographer. That's according to court records that were obtained by the Associated Press. We spoke with several different experts throughout the day. This first one is a criminal defense attorney on what this lawsuit potentially could be moving forward for the actor.
We want to continue this conversation. Obviously, it's a big talker, and unfortunately, it is because of the death there of the one woman right now. But let's get a little bit more insight right now on all of this. Let's bring in our friend here on Live Now from Fox, a friend here of this program, the criminal defense attorney Vanu Varghese, joining us right now. Thanks so much for coming on again.
My pleasure. Happy to be here. I apologize in advance for the noise. I'm actually in Ecuador at the moment, but when you guys call, I always answer the call.
That's awesome. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday. So let's get right into it. What could possibly the production company of this film be facing here with this death on the set?
Well, look, obviously, there's a criminal investigation going on. As you mentioned a minute ago, there was a search warrant filed. There's evidence that's been obtained, and it appears that there was a live round in that gun. That could be potentially criminally negligent homicide. I don't see any liability on the part of Alec Baldwin unless that somehow it comes out that he knew or should have known, but it's unlikely in terms of him. But in terms of the people involved in the company, there is normally what's called an armorer on the set who's supposed to check the safety. If that person was negligent, then you could potentially see criminal charges on top of any potential civil charges a civil suit that could occur as a result of this for wrongful death from the family of the woman who died.
All right, and let's also talk about how this investigation will likely go here. So right now, we know it's just right now in the beginning stages, but how will they go about the investigators looking at, okay, where was the gun in the first place, and maybe the different spots it was in during the day, and who handled it? How will they have that type of checking if there's no really documents to provide that?
Well, they're going to interview everybody, and then this is going to be where it gets interesting to see if anyone, as they say in common parlance, lawyers up. And at that point, they're going to be stymied a bit. But basically, they will hope with interviews of everyone else, including Alec Baldwin, who appears to be cooperating with the investigation. They should then be able to piece together who was the person who loaded the gun. And the person who loaded the gun, who loaded it with live bullets, is going to have criminal liability here. The civil side will come later, but initially there will be somebody who's going to be held criminally liable because you have a homicide, you have the death of a person by another, and this is a preventable. It appears clearly a preventable death. This should not have happened. So there should not have been a live round put into this gun.
And also, let's also talk about the very simple fact of lots of cameras around the set, obviously, because they're making a film. How much of that will go into the part of getting all of the relevant video?
Well, that's an interesting question. Who knows whether these cameras are continuously rolling? They probably are not, because I imagine there are things that go on sets that actors like Alec Baldwin, producers, don't want to get out into the public. I mean, we've seen over the years of newscasters, not you, of course, but newscasters, some famous ones, Bill O'Reilly, when they thought the camera was off, and it was rolling, and things were said that weren't so nice. So I doubt that the cameras are rolling continuously unless the area has security camera that's running at the same time. So that's an interesting question. I would be surprised if there was continuous cameras rolling at the time that this was that they were filming.
Okay, and then also when we're talking about this investigation and just how everything played out, it seems like at least there's going to be most likely, if not a criminal charge, but something very big with civil, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is where it gets interesting because my understanding is Alec Baldwin is a producer on this, so he may have had a financial interest in this or some stocks, per se, in this company. And then he may end up being the one who's a named defendant in a civil suit. At the moment, it appears he wouldn't have any criminal liability because it'd be very surprising if he knew or should have known that the gun was going to be loaded, because there are people on the set that are there to ensure that the gun works right. But I would not be at all surprised if Alec Baldwin is a named defendant in the civil suit, the eventual civil suit, when it comes out.
Okay, and then how likely, obviously with an investigation and then pending lawsuits, how likely is this movie even going to be even seen, or even production going to happen, continue?
Well, I often comment on Hollywood and things that go on over there. I would, at this point, venture to guess it's unlikely that it will continue. Apparently, it's not a high budget film. I think it's something around $7 million. So, which obviously to the common man's a lot, but not in Hollywood terms. It's a low budget movie. So I would be surprised if the production actually continues.
So that was just a portion of our talk back with Vanu Varghese earlier today. We want to go out to some breaking news in the sports world as we are learning the Houston Astros are officially heading to the World Series. Here's Fox 26 in Houston with more.
Tiffany, I also want you to show us one of these new shirts. Can we look at one at least to see what they look like, the new shirts?
Absolutely, Jonathan. As you guys can tell, there are many more fans here have made their way to Dick's office. They are pumped. I love it. Yes, love this. Okay, Jonathan, let's go ahead and show you what is going on with these World Series t-shirts. Let me try to pull it up. Okay, so these are the t-shirts, the official t-shirts. So go ahead and come down, grab yours. They're all laid out for all the customers. I think I'm going to grab mine afterwards. At this point, everyone's really excited. They're coming down to Dick's off of Post Oak. How's it going? How's your night? How was watching the game?
It was amazing. Like, it was awesome. Like, yeah.
I mean, you're fully decked out. You got the
I am fully decked out. I'm from the UK, so I've embraced the Astros. My husband made me. Like, it wasn't really a choice when I moved here, so this is very exciting. So I am doing my wifely duties and buying him a t-shirt.
Oh, that's very sweet. But your husband originally made you, but at this point, you are a diehard Astro fan.
Yeah. It makes me very happy. Like, having a bit of an argument with my brother-in-law, who's a Boston fan. So family rivalry already. So
they kind of put that in their face.
I already have. I already have. Like, why not? Gotta do it. So yeah.
What was your best part of the game that you enjoyed the most?
Honestly, it's a bit of a blur, the whole thing, like, because I was kind of comforting my husband because he was kind of hiding from the TV, and I had to watch it for him because he's not watched all the postseason because he thought it was a jinx, like she did. She thought she was a jinx. So we've been texting our friends and my husband, and I was watching it trying to relay the game. So honestly, a bit of a blur, but I honestly don't know.
Overall, we won! We're going to the World Series! Okay. All right. There's more than just t-shirts. There's hats. There's other swag. Look at even keychains over here. All right. We're going to wrap up here. A lot more fans are coming in. They're getting their gear. We are heading to the World Series. Go Astros. Back to you guys.
All right, Tiffany Justice live tonight in those t-shirt places. All of them are going to be open late, and so all of those shirts are gone. That's what we're being told tonight.
Yes, definitely. All right, so we got our Coco Dominguez. She has her grill inside her mouth. She didn't want to put it in earlier because she thought she'd jinx it, but here she is, our girl, Coco Dominguez, out with some fans. How's it going?
Yes, I got my Johnny Gang.
All right. Well, obviously a lot of excited fans. We want to apologize for some of that language fans. Obviously excited. A lot of them also maybe a little inebriated tonight. But we do want to obviously go and continue things going. And fans out there with Coco fans, also with our Matthew Seedorf. Matthew has been covering the World Series, or at least this ALCS series, from Boston back here. So Matthew, so many fans excited. How's it looking where you are?
It's just chaos right now, but the best kind of chaos possible, because anytime we're going to the World Series. What a series, what a game this was, and you can see just how excited everyone is right now, and just a whole lot of energy, a lot of high fives. The party is on tonight in Houston, and again, this is the third World Series in just 5 years, and you can see, hey, how you doing? Lots of excitement everywhere. I love all the orange. Can we get a Let's Go Astros chant going? Let's go Astros. There we go. It sounds awesome. And inside the stadium right now, there are people just lined up for the World Series t-shirts. So there's just so much excitement. I've never seen so many smiles across the city of Houston right now. What'd you think of the game?
Incredible.
Incredible.
3 World Series, baby.
In just 5 years.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that they came back after what happened in game 2 and 3?
Not at all. We're going to win the World Series.
I love the confidence. That's awesome. We're going to win the World Series. And again, we're going to play the winner of the Dodgers or the Braves. There's 2 games left of that series. But right now, everyone's just celebrating. We're not worried about that. It is World Series or bust. And Houston has something to prove. Jonathan, Rashi, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you. It's party outside Minute Maid Park. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, and you know that this party is going to be going on for a while tonight. And Matthew said there's so many smiles out there. And one of the reasons, I think, is because, of course, it's been a really crazy, interesting last year or so for all of us. And also, of course, after the sign-stealing scandal, a lot of people really wanted this moment to show we could get back in here and we could win fairly and truly. So congratulations to all the fans and to all the Astros as well.
And Matthew braving it out there with all of those fans. All right, well, stick with us. We'll be right back.
And if we get any more shots of them from Houston, as we know, the Houston Astros taking the ALCS and heading to the World Series. Like we said, we'll have to keep our eyes on who they're going to go up against in the World Series, as the Dodgers are definitely the front runners at this time. If you ask anyone from the Los Angeles area, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox, tracking all of your breaking news and top events from throughout the day. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from Houston, where we all know now the Houston Astros heading to the World Series. Fox 26 in Houston has full coverage as they go into this really exciting celebratory night.
I'm proud of them.
What would it mean to you to bring another World Series title to your hometown of Houston?
Well, we got close in 19. We want another one. I know the fans want another one. They deserve another one. And just again, I want to say how great these fans are. Thick and thin, they're always here in big numbers, and we appreciate it. Without them, we wouldn't be here.
Jim, what'd you think of Yordan Alvarez, your MVP for the ALCS?
Well, shoot, he hit the cover off the ball tonight and the other night, too. You know, he's a great player. We don't even know how good he is. He's so young. So we're looking for many more good years out of him, and I'm just happy for him that he got that. And, you know, he can deliver. So he's a big factor in this lineup, but it's hard to get through that lineup. You know, there's no weakness in that lineup. So I'm just happy that he won the MVP. I'm happy for the team, and we're excited.
I'm guessing you don't care who you play.
Doesn't matter. We got to beat them all. I said that the first time we got in here, and you know, you can't control that. Whoever they put in front of us, we're going to do our best.
Jim, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jim.
Thanks to all the fans.
You betcha. Jim continues to thank the fans. That's owner Jim Crane of the Astros. Astros headed to the ALCS. I headed to the World Series. Their third World Series in the last 5 years. I don't know who I'm throwing it back to you, so back to you guys.
Mark Berman, thank you so much. Live there inside Minute Maid Park where the party is still going. Jim Crane has to be one happy man right now. Obviously, many people even calling this a dynasty at this point with the Astros going back to back to back.
Yes, and I got to tell you, when you see Mark on the field, since he's been covering Houston sports for more than 3 decades, it really is so phenomenal because I was out there on the field with him and I just was like, ooh, I know Mark, but everybody knows Mark. So Jim Crane coming up to him and he's just friends with all of them, and I know it's probably such a special moment for him as well as it is for all of the fans.
And getting those exclusive interviews that we always have here on Fox 26. And as he mentioned, Yordan Alvarez with the MVP for the ALCS, if you were watching the game, with that hot bat tonight, as he has, we've seen really throughout the series. So again, exciting and certainly well-deserving for him and all the Astros players. A lot of them going back for another World Series. But for many of the guys you think about, this is their very first World Series because some of these guys were not on the team when we went before. So it's going to be exciting for all of them and feel brand new as well.
Yeah, now the anticipation is, who are we going to play? Is it going to be the Braves or is it going to be the Dodgers?
I don't know. It's looking like it could be maybe the Braves at this point, but we just have to wait until the end of this weekend to see when that game plays. But of course, you can watch Fox 26 for coverage of World Series Game 1. We're already talking about Game 1 because we know we're going to be there, even if we don't know who we're going to play.
We're going to be ready. We stay ready.
Yeah, we'll be here. We stay ready. And coverage will start at 5 p.m. With our Swing for the Ring special at 5:30. First pitch is after 7. Again, this is for World Series Game 1 coming up on Tuesday. So it's a good thing that the guys will have the weekend to rest, get their bodies together, relax after the ALCS, and really just get ready for what's going to be a really exciting week of baseball.
Yes, and for all of you that might not have tickets to the game, I mean, we're going to take you behind the scenes, and it's great with our Swing for the Ring special, which is now going to be an hour long. So we're going to be able to pack in a lot of content, and it's going to be wonderful to see different aspects of what fans do and how they celebrate and how they will be celebrating as well. And we're also going to be talking about everything that's going on inside of Minute Maid, because it's a whole different game when you talk about World Series.
It's a whole different ball game, literally, when you talk about the World Series. And it's just an exciting time for Houston. As I said before, if you're new to the city, it's just the city just changes. Everyone comes together in a way that is just really magical. Let's check back with our Matthew Seedorf. He is again live with some excited fans. Okay, it looks like the fans have cleared out at least a little bit. They've given you a little breathing room.
Are
Matthew.
You okay?
I am good. This is awesome. I'm having so much fun. We're still inside right now. And yeah, everyone's just so excited. Houston, the crowds have been so crazy, but everyone's just having fun right now. And this is how Houston celebrates. We're going to the World Series.
We're going to the World Series again!
What did you think of the game?
You doubted us. It was tremendous. Tremendous. We proved everybody wrong. Bring on the Dodgers. Bring on the Dodgers again.
Yeah, so everyone, some people want to play the Braves, some people want to play the Dodgers, but at the end of the day, it just takes the Astros playing well, and they will be World Series champs. Right now, they just have 4 more wins to go, and they will win the whole thing. But you can see that. That's what a lot of people have been talking about this year. Hate us. And that's because of the cheating scandal. A lot of people feel like they have something to prove. But right now, it's just a party in Houston. We are going to the World Series. High fives all around. Let's go. And it's a party. So, Jonathan, Rashi, I know you guys are missing out right now, but this is all so much fun. We're going to the World Series. Here we go. It's our time. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Matthew Seedorf. Matthew Seedorf, you know, I was talking to Matthew earlier this week. This is his first World Series in Houston, so he is really enjoying it. Matthew himself, a huge baseball fan. In fact, Matthew played in college, so he loves baseball.
Yes,
and is really soaking up some of that H-Town baseball love now.
I know. I've asked him. I'm like, you know the technicalities of it and the ins and outs. Like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. So this is just a whole new level, and I'm excited for him,
too.
So
it's exciting, yes. It's exciting to watch a lot of people experience the World Series for the first time because, like I said, the city comes together in a way that we really just don't see often.
I know. I'm driving home at night, and I see, like, even the buildings have the A, like the lights. They've only turned it off until to make the A, too. So, and the lights are on. I mean, it's just great. So much camaraderie. We love it.
We love it. And, of course, again, we have crews at some of the watch parties here tonight that are still going on. So if you want to head out, it is 11 o'clock. That would normally be late, but when we clinch the World Series, that might be kind of a pretty early time. And again, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Dick's Sporting Goods, they all have some of the brand new T-shirts as we head into the World Series. And when we head into the World Series, we see a lot of local people start making their own gear, a lot of local companies. So it's a good time to support a lot of local businesses as well.
Speaking of local, do you have a grill?
I don't have a grill yet. Johnny Dang, what's up? You got Coco one.
Yes.
I don't know if the bosses are going to let us wear a grill on air.
Yes,
but
why not?
Well, yeah.
I think we should.
This is Houston.
We're
but yeah.
edgy. Maybe on the edge.
Yeah. but it is a good time to see so many people, really come out. The spirit is so alive in this city, and that's what's really exciting about the World Series here. And we saw earlier some of the Texans players and some of the Rockets players, all of the different teams rally around the Astros because this is their moment, but it really is a moment for the city.
Yes, and there are so many people that came out with their kids, so it's like there's no discrimination in terms of age. I mean, baseball is a sport for everybody, as is many other sports, but really for the Astros and Astros fans, they bring out their whole family. It really is a family affair. So, Jonathan and I were talking about how we just need more orange gear.
So now is the time to go buy more orange. We're going to keep our studio lit up orange and blue until we win another World Series. And so, again, all the games, don't forget, the games here on Fox.
Yes.
So we are your place for the World Series. We will be having specials, as you mentioned, before all of the games here on Fox. Swing for the ring. We'll be talking to different players. We'll be having a lot of those exclusive interviews that our Mark Berman always gets, along with our reporters who will be traveling, whether they'll be traveling to Los Angeles or to Atlanta. We'll see. But again, all of the games, all of the action right here on Fox 26.
And then we have your news coming up right after the game, too, with the recap and everything when it comes to the fans. Right now, we are going to go back out live on the field with sports director Mark Berman.
Hey guys, going to do some highlights here in a second. The Astros have won 5-0, win the ALCS 4-2, going back to the World Series for the third time in the last 5 years. Let's go to the highlights. Yordan Alvarez, perhaps the hottest player on the hottest hitter.
Okay, and as they go into some of those highlights there, we're going to go into a commercial break. Once again, the Houston Astros defeating the Boston Red Sox 5-0, I believe, tonight in Game 6 of the American League Championship. Still to be determined who they're going to end up playing. So we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to take you to a couple of the different looks across the country we have at this time, as it's 9:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 9:15 out on the West Coast as well. You're taking a look at San Francisco, the Bay Area. A beautiful night out there as the fall weather is really coming in ahead of Halloween and all of the holidays. Also a look from New York City, where we showed you Vice President Kamala Harris was out shoring up support for the Build Back Better agenda, along with other New York officials, including Governor Hochul, talking more about what the Biden administration is hoping will happen when it comes to those infrastructure bills and packages. Like we said, they have been out and about all this week, and we'll show you those events throughout the rest of the evening. Last but not least, a look from Capitol Hill right there, as it is always brewing up lots of breaking news for us here on Live Now from Fox. Out to an interview that we had from earlier. We have also shown you all of these latest updates. I was about to show you right there of what's going on with Alec Baldwin. We know that there was a shooting at his movie set, killing his own cinematographer as well as the director of the film. It was confirmed today that Baldwin was handed a loaded weapon by an assistant director who indicated that it was safe to use in the moments before he actually fatally shot that cinematographer. So that investigation still underway, as well as the autopsy results coming in for Brian Laundrie, or lack thereof, if you want to say that. The cause of death and timeline of the death not being revealed, according to the attorney, the family attorney for the Laundrie parents, Chris and Roberta. Hopefully, throughout the rest of the weekend, we will be hearing more statements from not only the Laundrie family, but also from the Patitos as well, the parents of Gabby Patito. Full coverage throughout the rest of the weekend here on Live Now from Fox as well. We do want to go into the White House briefing. You'll hear a number of reporter questions with Press Secretary Jen Psaki, as she kind of has to go back on some of the things that President Biden said in a CNN town hall just last night on all of the latest with their policies. They're going to talk about COVID-19. They're going to talk about the southern border, and they're going to talk about so much more. So here's the latest from the White House.
Happy Friday. Okay. Just an overview of the week ahead for all of you. Throughout the week, the president will continue to meet and call members of Congress about his transformative Build Back Better agenda and bipartisan infrastructure deal. On Monday, he will travel to New Jersey, where he will visit a school and one of the busiest railroad bridges in the country to continue rallying support for both his bipartisan infrastructure deal and Build Back Better agenda. Back in Washington, President Biden will meet with his All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew and welcome the official delegation of the Orthodox Christian Church of the United States. I was about to lose my Greek American card there for a second, but I think I sailed through. On Tuesday, the president will campaign with former Governor Terry McAuliffe in Arlington, Virginia. On Thursday, the president and First Lady will travel to Rome, Italy. On Friday, the president will